All right. Hopefully we're up and live. Dear Lord. All right. Hopefully we're up and live. Oh, that's awesome. I can hear myself in my headset. Dear Lord. All right. Hopefully we're up and live. Oh, that's awesome. I can hear myself in my headset. Dear Lord. All right. Hopefully we're up and live. Oh, that's awesome. I can hear myself in my headset. Dear Lord. All right. Hopefully we're up and live. Oh, that's awesome. Gotta Gotta love technical issues. Hopefully that just killed that friggin' super echo feedback. Good God. That feedback was unreal. Not sure exactly what happened there. Something with like, oh, you gotta love computers. All I did was turn off the camera from last time, turned it back on the day. Thing doesn't want to fire up. Just instantly. Just automatic failure right off the rip. Like, oh, this is just wonderful. And then I messed with it for a good 45 minutes. And then 2 seconds before I'm to go live, I'm like, hey, what's going on, mister? Um, 2 seconds right before I'm going to go live, I'm like, why is the camera? All of a sudden, the camera was working and then it just shut down. And the moment it shut down, I was like, oh, this is not good. So I ended up having to troubleshoot it through Microsoft. Nothing. Microsoft is useless with their troubleshooters. I'm like, no, my camera can connect fine. I'm just not getting any imagery. So I ended up resetting the camera to its default settings, like factory settings, and then just trying to redial it in again. So sorry I'm late. Usually not at least half an hour late, but hopefully I was able to give everybody a warning that I was going to be late and you guys got it. Computers are not the devil. Alligators are the devil. They're so ornery because they're medulla oblongata. But anyway, guys, what's going on? I think I said this maybe two streams ago on a Sunday. Everybody seems to be getting ready for work, stuff like that for Monday. So I would make it a faster night, or unless everybody's having fun, and then we'll keep going. Oh, post leg day chocolate milk, mister. That's crazy. But tonight, we're going to go with good old Tuxedo Sam from Hello Kitty fame. One my wife has been asking me for. I did a karaoke for her. So Tuxedo Sam's another one in that line. She doesn't like Hello Kitty, but she likes the offset characters. Like she does the same thing with DC and Marvel. Like she doesn't like the bigger names. She likes the little side characters. So like one of my favorites has always been Mr. Mixelplex, hers too. Stuff like this. Then we have a little Dryad. And I'll go into the characters' backgrounds, I guess, as we start to paint them. And then last but not least, I have a shelf in my back room with all the different one piece ships, model ships that I've put together. Um, and I have a Straw Hat standard, like skull. This is actually Whitebeard. It's his standard. So that one's going to be easy to paint because the whole thing is just basically white. So that'll take a couple seconds. And it's a cool 3D print and everything else. The only problem is how do you stand it up? So I ended up having to go into Blender and then make my own stand for it. Like not very hard, not very difficult, but it should go in the back here and that'll hold that up like this. I'll probably end up leaving the stand black. The Great Lakes Avengers. Wouldn't the West Coast Avengers be the crappier Avengers though? I think that was like War Machine and Hawkeye and stuff like that, like not the big time Avengers. So yeah, we're gonna. This guy's getting airbrushed for the most part. I'm gonna have to do the line because with Tuxedo Sam in particular, let me see. Tuxedo Sam looks like that. So it looks like the white actually comes up to the sides of his beak and then down the other side. But he's going to be a baby blue, it looks like. Hat'll be white with a red trim, red, whatever the hell that thing is sticking off, red bow tie, yellow, and yellow. So he'll be a pretty straightforward print. And then WhiteBeard's standard. Oh, wait, you know what? I forgot this thing doesn't automatically like load out. So I got to do that. There you go. That's better. So now you can see baby blue, white, yellow, red, red, white. So he's pretty straightforward. Actually, it looks like the red band is on the inside of the hat, and then the rim is going to be white, but yellow, yellow. And then we have Whitebeard and his standard. I mean, you can definitely tell by looking at the man why they gave it that ridiculous mustache on a skull. And last but not least, we have the Dryad. So she's just pretty leafy green skin. So it shouldn't be a whole crazy amount of painting tonight. Well, I mean, it's going to be a crazy amount of painting, but it's not going to be super difficult, super intrinsic, kind of a more relaxed type of painting. If she was, she would be like the fungus under his toenails. Like they're a dryad is so small it makes beans, if you know her, look tall. So let's fuel up. Get a little bit of that rock star going. Super sugar and caffeine. Wake the brain up. How's everything going anyway? I'm going with just standard Rockstar. I like to call it sweet tart flavor. Rockstar is actually one of the reasons why I only drink 4 energy drinks for an entire week. When I was working all the time, I would drink like 2 of them, 3 of them a day. Not healthy. Not healthy at all. So then I switched over and started going where my my daughter, when she was still living here, I would give her my energy drinks and she would ration them out to me 4 at a time, where that was my entire week's worth. What's up, Frog? How are you? You went to a wine tasting last night and then ended up going to the punk rock bar next door. It reminded me back when I used to be cool. Then I realized I was never cool. I know that feeling myself. I have old videotape of me and my friends and partying and all that, and I showed it to my son, who's now married and has his own business. He's like 26 or whatever. And I show it to him. And I said, I'm so proud of you. And he said, why? I said, because you never did this shit when you were a kid. I was like, at one point, I thought this is how everybody should be. Like, you know, just enjoying life and partying and everything else. I was like, instead you cracked down and just really built important stuff like, you know, your credit rating and all this other kind of stuff and became a responsible human being. And I'm so proud of you. Look what kind of asshole I was. That's good to hear, Frog. Good to hear. Um, but yeah, I mean, you look back, it was just, I don't know, a more carefree time. Some of the shit our kids have to deal with nowadays is just unbelievably sad. It really is. They can't really be kids. By the time they hit like 10 years old, they're already taught like adult things. That they let them be kids. Let them be innocent for as long as you can and protect that innocent if you are the male in their life. If you're the female in their life, I guess nurture that innocence and show them love, compassion, all that. But yeah, I got fortunate. Well, all three of my children have are better than I ever was. Like they can't drink me under the table. They definitely can't smoke me under the table. Well, maybe my one daughter could, but they couldn't drink me under the table. Probably couldn't smoke me under the table. But legitimately, in the grand scheme of things, that shit means nothing. They're better people than I ever was. And that's the important part. You throw something, those parts of yourself that I didn't like or you don't pass them on to your kids. You try and make your children better than you ever could have been. And I'm proud of each and every one of them for it. The movie The Village. But what if you're the village idiot? Yeah, it's getting more attracted by the day. Going out into the wilderness and just being away from everybody and not dealing in bullshit. I mean, that's kind of what I do now. I just keep to myself and stay away from society as best as possible. Other than talking to you guys when I paint, I'm just kind of chilling. Like, not going to lie at all. I think that's the way to do it. If you can get away from the city, you can get back to nature, you're better off. Ted K from Montana never had to deal with the ice bucket challenge or planking or any of that bullshit. Yeah. I mean, when you're young, I think you need to kind of fit into society to an extent just to experience it and then take the best that you can from whatever society you're in and then reflect on it and make yourself better and move past it. Hello, Beans. How are you? Good evening. So, which of these guys should I start with? Should I start with the simple standard? Should I go with Tuxie Sam, Tuxedo Sam? Or should I do the Dryad? Start with the One Piece thing? Okay. Fair enough, mister. You were here first. You get the first bet. So, this one will be nice and easy. Just going to go to the old titanium white. Give her a good shake. Get a little bit on. Should be a very fast one. Just don't want to hit in any of the nose hole or any of that stuff. Just get our outline going with the makeup sponge, a little bit of that paint, and then we'll get heavier as we go. because he's just white, so easy enough. So you don't know what's up, Trish? How are you? Sometimes call her Monkey. I used to back in the day. Trish worked for me at GameStop at one point too. And I have a very funny story to tell about Trish. It's an unfortunate story, but it's also very funny. So we have at GameStop, or we had this thing called defectives. So they were basically like discs that didn't work, and they were set out to be resurfaced, or if there was like a crack in the disc, you couldn't resurface it. It got what was known as field destroyed. Trish, you don't mind if I tell this story, do you? Trish was an assistant manager who got transferred into my store. I was a store manager that trained people, and if they were any good, they would be made into store managers or transferred into other stores to take over for store managers. And Trish was one of those people that got hired in as an assistant and was actually in training to be a store manager. Yeah, I haven't gotten to that part yet, Trish. So, what ended up happening was I was, let's just say, an asshole. That's the easiest way of describing myself as a store manager. But I like to have fun. Like, me and the guys would wrestle. Like, if somebody got out of line or got smart with me, I would choke them out, make them tap out. We'd play the tap out game with each other, stuff like this. Not with customers in the store or everybody in there and packed, but we're definitely a rowdy bunch of people. And I had these cracked discs, like 4 or 5 of them. And playing around, I was throwing them across the store into the back door. So I was throwing it across this entire store and hitting the door to the back room with them. And Trish and my other assistant, Rez, were behind this Game Boy Advance case that came up to, I'm going to say it was about 4.5 feet tall. But I was like, duck. And they ducked behind it, and I would throw the disc. And I went and threw another one. I said, duck, duck again. Well, the third one I threw, I said, duck. And when I did, they were already down. But instead of staying down, Trish popped her head up to see if the disc had flown past her, and it caught her right in the forehead and cut her forehead. And as she just said in the chat, she still has the scar from it. And I just felt like my heart dropped. I was like, oh my God, I am so sorry. Like, just completely apologetic. I felt terrible. And she was just laughing the whole time, though. She thought it was hysterical. She's like, yeah, it was my bad. I shouldn't have stood up at that point. It was just really poor timing, but it just, who the hell? Like, it went left, then it went right, and then it just caught her square in the head. Like, it was unreal. I couldn't have thrown it that way on purpose if I wanted to. It was very funny. It really was. Yeah, GameStop was a thing unto itself, I will have to say. Just, it was, I taught you, if I trained you, you turned into one of the best. The best in the district is the way it was always put. If you want to be the best at sales, best at this, best at that. But I also trained you, do what I'm telling you, because this is the company line. Don't do it the Atom way, or well, the GAM way, because the way I did things sometimes were unorthodox, even if they worked. But in order to be the best, sometimes you've got to come up with a solution to a problem that is so out of left field and so unorthodox, it's the only way it works. So I always taught them all how to like adapt and everything else, but always play within the rules. This way you never lose your job. Plus, you've got to earn that spot of being the best in order to determine things as far as that company was concerned up until a point, and then the company just turned into a greed factory, unfortunately. Nothing you did was ever good enough, no matter how hard you worked. I was putting in 65 to 80 hours when I finally was done. Oh, you just dropped in to hear a story about getting your head cracked with the disc, Trish? Thank you for dropping in anyway. Hopefully you can catch me. I stream every Sunday. Well, Sundays I'm doing at 7 o'clock now, and then Thursdays I do 8 o'clock, all Eastern Standard Time. As Mister reminded me, Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, just craziness. GameStop definitely at one point was amazing before Barnes and Noble took it over. One of these days, maybe I'll go into the whole diatribe on it. I mean, that business kind of put itself, technology put that business out, and that's not good when you're a business that sells technology. But at one point, it had its own economy to it from the game trades and all that stuff, and then they just got greedy. Very, very greedy. They treated their employees like shit and couldn't reverse course. Yeah. So electronics boutique. Well, that's just it. You had, well, you need something 3D printed. What did you need 3D printed? I preferred electronics boutique that became EB Games. Okay. So you also had Babbage's. You had Babbage's Electronics Boutique, Planet X, um, GameStop. What was the other one? Was it Funko Land? I think, was it? Yeah, it was Funko Land. But Funko Land, and I can't remember what the other one was. Funko Land was one of the founding parts of GameStop. What ended up happening was Barnes and Noble bought them out and then adapted some of that business model. Babbage's and Electronics Boutique merged. That was EB Games at that point. I'm pretty sure this is what it was. I can't remember 110%. I might be wrong on this. Oh, Bina wants a 3D print of Henry Cavill. I will definitely do one of those eventually. I finally found a good sculpt of his face. I just got to find the right Superman body to put it on. But yeah, the companies all merged. Barnes and Noble bought them. It was cool at first. If you worked at GameStop, you used to be able to go to EB Games versus GameStop was a whole fight. But Barnes and Noble was the parent company of GameStop for a while, so I could go into an EB and actually go buy um, books and stuff and get their employee discount, and they could come into a GameStop and get our employee discount. It was actually a really cool setup for a while there. And then GameStop broke off on its own. They split the stock out. And then EB Games started to go under. GameStop overtook them, bought EB Games, and just like everything else that pretty much picks up like it's a monopoly, all of a sudden trading prices started to plummet, which caused people to not to want to trade in their games as often. So that became more difficult, and your numbers became stiffer. So you had to get X amount of reserves, X amount of subscriptions to their magazine, Game Informer. They bought Game Informer, and then they just kind of snowballed from there. Like 2008 was the high mark as far as GameStop. If you can ever talk to anybody who was a former district manager, store manager, or anything else that was around that time, they'll tell you 2008 was like a golden year. Call of Duty was unreal to us, but then it all failed. Sitting there painting his face, I should probably do this. Boom. So your son engineered a docking station holder that you need printed. So what I would recommend, if it's a docking station holder, I print in resin, and that's good for doing like 3D models like I'm doing now, where you can paint them, kind of action figure stuff, because it comes out very, very smooth. What I recommend is you find somebody that has what's known as a PLA printer, and it can print in high density plastics, because it's going to be a lot sturdier. The thing with resin is it's very easy, even though it's solid, it breaks very easy. Like, it's also fragile. So if you're doing stuff like tool holders, stuff like this, or something that would hold a docking station, you want to find somebody with a PLA printer. Hell, there's companies that probably can 3D print it for you. You just got to pay them for it. Oh, geez. J-Lo knows that you guys are all in on that Diddy stuff, huh? You guys crack me up with that. Like, you're gonna tell me somebody who's rich and famous in Hollywood is a scumbag? Go figure. Never would have guessed it. And before I went on a tangent, I know Mister had said that he doesn't watch One Piece, and I know a lot of you don't. So, just to give you an idea, let me see. See if the wiki entry is. That was close. It was real close. Hate that. I got to definitely wireless up these ear pieces. So here you go. Just read the wiki entry real quick on Whitebeard. His real name is Edward Newgate. He was known as Whitebeard. He was the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates and was widely known as the strongest man in the world. And after the former king of the pirates, Goldie Roger, died, he was deemed the man closest to the One Piece. Before forming his own crew, Newgate was an orphan hailing from the island of Sphinx. During his tenure as a pirate, he was a known member of the legendary Rocks Pirates. And the Rocks Pirates were actually like legendary. Each and every one of them were like super powered. And later on in life, he became one of the four emperors that rule over the New World. And he died in the Summit War of Marineford. Basically, what happened was they all tried to rescue Fire Fist Ace, who was taken in. They were going to do a public execution. And Luffy, the main star of One Piece, went in to save him because he and Fire Fist Ace were like blood brothers, basically. And all the badasses of the Marine Corps were there, and it's this whole immense war. It's probably the best arc so far in One Piece, in my opinion. And Whitebeard shows up when everything looks like it's lost and just starts kicking everybody's ass. And when he dies, you find out all his scars are on his chest, and he has none on his back because the saying is that a man with scars on his back is a coward because they've run from attacks. So they're getting hit in the back. So he had 0 scars, which means he fought everybody head on. And he actually had one of the devil fruit powers called the tremor fruit, where he could actually like cause earthquakes. But anyway, he was, after being recognized as the strongest man in the world, he had the highest active bounty while he was alive, and the second highest bounty of any pirate in history. And my God, that wiki goes on and on and on. But yeah, needless to say, Whitebeard is definitely one of the more badass characters in One Piece. Always was. Yes, devil fruit. So what happens is, in the world of One Piece, that's why you've probably seen it. Like Luffy can stretch his arms real far and all this other shit. I'm not going to go too in depth as far as what happened with Luffy's devil fruit because they all believed it was a fruit called the Gomu Gomu no Mi, and basically it turned him into a rubber boy. The fruit was actually a different fruit, but that was just like what everybody thought it was initially, that it just turned him into a rubber boy. But it's a regular piece of fruit, and when somebody eats it, well, it it appears in a regular fruit, but what the devil fruits actually are, they're unique. So only one person can have that power. So only Luffy right now has the power of the Gomu Gomu no Mi, that devil fruit. If Luffy were to die, then the power that's within him goes into a different fruit that is nearby, and if somebody eats it, they get that power. If that makes any sense. So it could be like just a normal apple, and Luffy dies near it, and all of a sudden it changes into a devil fruit. It looks different, it looks odd. It almost looks like it's got a bunch of swirls to it and everything else. Apparently, it's awful when you eat it. It tastes like shit. But then, because you've eaten this devil fruit, what happens is the sea turns its back on you. So when the sea turns its back on you, anybody that has like powers from a devil fruit, if they fall into the ocean, because the sea has turned its back on you, you lose your power and you start drowning. You can't swim anymore. Like it completely just wipes you out. The only other thing that can negate a devil fruit is a special type of rock. I want to say it's called a sea stone. So they make like handcuffs out of it, and that's how they catch like their supervillains, basically. Or like the evil pirates. Kind of like materia from Final Fantasy, yes. Yeah, that's a decent way of putting it. But only one person can possess whatever devil fruit it is. However, there is an exception to the rule. So what actually kills Whitebeard in the manga and the anime is a pirate named William Teach, and that's Blackbeard. And Blackbeard's weird in the fact that Edward Newgate, Whitebeard dies, he actually was able to take his power from him somehow, so he can harness 2 devil fruit powers. And supposedly you're only allowed to have 1 devil fruit power ever. So you couldn't just like go around and eat all the different devil fruits. It'll kill you. You can only have 1, but somehow he figured out, and it's still a mystery even now in the anime and the manga, how he's able to use 2 powers while everybody else is like, yeah, if I did that shit, I'd die. Dude, Diddy is not gonna take himself out in prison. Diddy is absolutely not going to take himself out in prison. It's impossible. he'll end up getting like bail or set free or something. It also depends on the administration in charge too and what he actually knows. But I'm surprised everybody is so heavily invested in it. And I guess it's just because you have so many famous names that are involved. I just, I don't understand the draw to it myself. Like, I don't get it. Because, I mean, okay, the only thing it really did was make Cat Williams look like he was a prophet. But you're never going to find out who knew what when, all that stuff. That's going to go down and be buried. They can't do that. There's just no way. I had seen you had posted something about Megan Fox taking down like Instagram and X or something, and somebody else did too. I don't know what that's all about either. Could just be people are being assholes to him. Who knows? Like, I don't know. I'm more interested in them releasing like the Jeffrey Epstein files. That's what I want to say. I think that has way more impact than the crap Diddy's doing. He just seems like a shitty human being at this point. But when you've got a list of politicians and stuff that were doing inappropriate things with underage people, like, and we'll not see those files released until after fucking Bill Clinton's dead and Hillary Clinton too. Yeah, but did you really smite the wicked? It's another rich asshole. Like it's another celebrity that was just a rich asshole. I mean, you want to talk about wicked? Look at like the Haim boy, or what was it, two Corys? Like what they've said happened with them and everything else when they were kids, and horrific that shit was. Like the pizza parties and everything. That's terrible stuff. But nobody's ever brought those people to light. They're still probably functioning in Hollywood as we speak, behind the scenes, and they're making something. They're probably making stuff that has a message of, oh well, we need to be tolerant of others and all this kind of stuff. And it's like, yeah, you're probably the sickest bastard in the world. It was Corey Feldman that actually died, or no, Corey Haim that actually died. Corey Feldman was fine. He's just like kind of screwy. Just had a drug addiction. I kind of had the same issues though with people watching the Olsen twins when they were like little kids or whatever. We get like the Mary Kate and whatever the other one's name is, the license to drive games and stuff like that in GameStop. And, guys would be like, oh, they're going to be so hot when they get older. And I'd be like, dude, I watched them when they were babies. What the hell is wrong with you, bud? Like, have you lost your goddamn mind? Definitely some predatory behavior. I mean, running tropes and running jokes in Hollywood all this time of impropriety, I guess we'll say. Everybody kind of knew, though. There was all kinds of open secrets. Everybody knew you didn't go to, oh, well, Harvey wants to have a private talk up in his penthouse. Yeah, don't go. Stuff happens. But guaranteed there was definitely probably starlets that went up there and did whatever because they didn't care. They just wanted to be famous. I mean, they all thanked him whenever they won awards and shit. They're just as complicit in my book. How do you avenge them? That's my question to you. What punishment do you elicit on somebody like that? You know, you can only unalive somebody once. You can only delete somebody once. No, and all rich people are not jerks or assholes. Some are actually very, very good people. Like really good people. So it's not just about being rich. It's also about the type of person you are when you are rich. I mean, do you think Bill Gates is a good person? I fucking don't. I think he stole Xerox's mouse. I think he made his money by stealing other people's shit or paying them very little for it and then publishing it. And then you look at what he's done with his money. Everything was to gain him more and more money or more and more power. So, is he smart? Yeah. Did he play the game? And, is that just business? Yeah. But what did he do with it afterwards? Scumbaggery. I disagree. People who go through stuff like that could be scared and or blackmailed. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But at the same point in time, what does that say about the ones that do go through it and open their mouths? Because I'll tell you what, if somebody had blackmailed me or tried to, I'd put that shit out right in the public. Especially if I was famous and been like, yeah, this is what happened. This is what's going on. Here is my evidence. Here is my proof. You can call me whatever the hell you want to call me, but I don't care. Like it highlight it on the person who is doing the wrong. If you're not the one who's doing the wrong, then you got nothing to hide. Who was it? Abraham Lincoln said that once, that an honest man doesn't have to have a, what was it? An honest man need remember nothing, because it's true. It's 100% true. If you start telling lies all the time or deceiving and everything else, you got a lot to remember. So to me, it's just like, okay, yeah, that person is brave as shit, but at least they're honest. At worst case, you're honest. Like, yes, this happened. And then, be more honest. I wanted to be famous. I wanted to be a movie star. I wanted to be a great rap artist or whatever. And this was the easiest way of getting there. Let's see. What did you say, Beans? Jordan, Bill Cosby, Dr. Dre lost their kids. Michael Jordan, he Ye lost their parents. Chandler Haim. People in Pedo would just disappear, man. People have come out publicly and are not here anymore. Michael Jackson, for example. Yeah, but Michael Jackson did that shit to himself. Like, first off, look what he did to his face. Plastic surgery, right? He wanted to appear young. Why? Because he wanted to, he had a tragic childhood. And I'm sure that shit was messed up. And nobody knows if he was evil or if he was good in the end of things. I've heard a lot of people, like Corey Feldman, we were talking about, went on record saying Michael Jackson was one of the only people he could be around that he felt safe around. And then there's other people who are like, oh no, Michael Jackson did this, that, and the third to me. We don't know what the actual truth is. I do know that you have that much stardom, you have people chasing you around all day with a camera, it's going to change how you think. It's definitely going to make you paranoid. Yeah, no, he overdosed. He mixed the wrong shit. Same thing with Heath Ledger. Heath Ledger took drugs that he didn't think were going to be bad for him, and it ended up killing him because he took too much. But it wasn't like, unless we're walking a mile in their shoes, we don't really know. I mean, I can tell you that no matter what, I'm not going to change who I am. I could get $1 trillion tomorrow. I'm just going to be financially better. It isn't going to change me as a person, though. And that's maybe because I have humility or I'm real about myself. But I can't imagine somebody who was raised like, look at Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson's one of those cases where you got to kind of, you can't forgive what he did because he did some messed up shit. But you can kind of understand it too. When you're supposed to be medicated and they take you off your medication so you're going to win your match, like by, and just turn you into a raging bull. And then you start filling somebody's head with their god, they're the destroyer, they no man can stop them, they are the god of war, blah 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 blah, and they're indestructible. And they start believing that shit, and they believe, eat, sleep, and just train on that. It's gonna mess with your head. Some people are scumbags, and once they get power, they become bigger scumbags. Some people, like, look at Keanu Reeves. Perfect example. That man has done so much for charity and stuff and just all around good human being and had some serious tragedy in his life. Then you get stuff like the whole Amber Heard Johnny Depp thing. Okay, Amber Heard's a bigger scumbag than Johnny Depp. Doesn't make Johnny Depp not a scumbag, though. Like, he did some grimy shit, too. Like, it just shows you they're awful human beings. But the Diddy thing, okay, so he got famous, he got power, and he abused that power. How's that a shock? How is that a shock at all? Just means he was a bad person at heart. But then again, it goes back to what should his punishment be? Just jail? Should they do, like public humiliation? They're already doing that part. Everybody's doing that part since it happened or since it fully came out. Who was honest about it? Frog. Oh, you're talking about Michael? Yeah, Michael was honest about it. Good God, my handshake. Man, if I could punch the guy that drove into me head on at 65 miles an hour and caused this damage in my neck, punch him in the nuts every day, I would. Janked me all up. And Whitebeard standard is pretty much almost done. Like I said, they're quick. Let's see, put the back into it. Yep, there you go. I think that's standard meats. What do you guys think? Maybe a little bit more white on those back teeth. If I can't get in there with the brush without screwing it up. There we go. A little bit more here. Pull that out. Yep. And Whitebeard's standard is done. He's ready for the shelf. All right. Well, I guess we'll set him down there. Clean out the brush. Move on to the next one. Yeah, I've been purposefully staying away from the news for the most part. Is there anything else new that's happened that's interesting or crazy out there that I haven't heard? Even last night, I usually watch the stream. I turned off the volume. I was playing a Lord of the Rings game with a couple of buddies. So I just kind of watched the chat. I knew it was going to be the same thing that pretty much went down for the entire week. So it was just like, I don't even need to listen. I'll just talk to people in the chat as it comes up. Yeah, and selling your soul for fame, that's no shock. Like, that's not shocking at all. I'm just like, yeah, I did. Damn. Well, so much for having a clean brush and this being finished. Light moved a little bit, and I could see little peek throughs on the white and the black. Another one that I plan on doing soon. Like this one's actually for me, so I'm not too terribly worried about it. This standard or what have you. There we go. That's better. I found, and I don't know if you guys ever watch My Hero Academia. I actually found a toga that breaks it. Well, I say toga like it's the old dress looking thing that they used to wear, like the Greeks and Romans used to wear. But one of the characters, her name's Toga, and she's pretty damn vicious. And I'm thinking about printing that out, but it's like 15 pieces, and then I got to assemble it. See. Any of you guys talking in the Discord at all? Anything that I got to play online? Nope, just photography. Okay, cool. Yeah, you know what? Maybe I should do this too. Let's see. How do I do let's see. Invites. No. Where the hell? I know there's a way that I can pop up server settings. I would think it would be under invites. How the hell do I invite people into that Discord anyway? They want to talk. What's up, Devin? How are you? How are you doing? God damn, I'm boomering the hell out of this. Okay, that's why. All right, I posted it in the chat. That's the link to the Discord I just set up. There is a tab in there, and the tab is voice chat for GAM Live. If you guys got questions or anything else, try and keep it as clean as possible. I'm not going to try and censor your speech, but don't say certain things that, will immediately get you kicked off of YouTube or get me kicked out of YouTube or whatever. But this way, if you guys got, stuff you want to say or add to it or ask me stories or what have you. Yep, boomerang. That's correct. I just boomered the hell out of it. I'm not even a boomer. I should just say old man in it then at that point. All right. So we've got the standard done. So I guess we can lose our pictures of Mr. Edward Newgate and his standard. So now I'll let you guys decide. We've got the Dryad. So the Dryad. Or we've got Tuxedo Sam. Which one should we go with next? Uh-oh. Devin sounds like she's going to kill Danny Boss whenever he gets in here. I think he said he was watching Pulp Fiction or something and he'd be in here a little later. Which, my God, do you want to know how Pulp Fiction ends? Oh, and here's the question for everybody. What was inside the briefcase? What does everybody think was in the briefcase in Pulp Fiction? Good God, this thing creaks too much. You saw it, but you don't remember it. Really? So the whole thing is that's what John Travolta and Samuel L. Jackson's characters are doing in the movie. They have to go track down a briefcase from Marcellus Wallace, and every time they open the briefcase, it glows like this bright golden glow. Gold. Yeah, there was a thing where people were saying, "Oh, it's Marcellus Wallace's soul," and they stole it back. But that would be cool. I don't think so. But yeah, gold would be a good guess. I mean, Pulp Fiction definitely. I remember when it came out, I wasn't that big on it. Um, it was like it was okay to me. I actually preferred Reservoir Dogs to it, to be honest with you. As far as Quentin Tarantino's first sets of movies, and then I think my favorite out of all Tarantino movies are the Kill Bill 1 and 2 together. Right, exactly, Bina. That's the whole point. He did do it on purpose to make people theorize on what it was. Like there was a point in time where I was all in on, oh, it's a soul in the briefcase, right? That kind of made sense to me. I think it was some kind of gold myself. I know the theory with it being the soul in the briefcase because it was invaluable to Marcellus Wallace, and then Ving Rhames had, who played Marcellus Wallace, had a band-aid on the back of his neck, and the old legend that when the devil pulled your soul out, he pulled it out through the back of your neck. And that's why he had the band-aid on and all that. But it turned out that Ving Rhames just had an injury on the back of his neck, and that's why the band-aid was there. So that kills the whole soul idea. That wasn't a Quentin Tarantino movie, Bina. He was in it as one of the Frog Brothers, but From Dusk Till Dawn is not a Quentin Tarantino movie. It's a Robert Rodriguez movie. Right. It's a MacGuffin. Right. And what else did Tarantino write, but he didn't direct? What was the other movie? And honestly, when they executed the movie and it came out, it's what made Tarantino say, oh, no, 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 no. From now on, if I'm writing it, I'm directing it too, because they screwed it up, even though I liked the movie. That's correct. True Romance. And it's crazy because the whole thing is, and I don't know how big into old Asian cinema everybody in the chat is. Like, so you had Jackie Chan, but to me, I always like Sonny Chiba. Sonny Chiba is amazing with a sword. If you ever get to see a movie where he uses a katana in it, he's unreal. But he had like Street Fighter, Street Fighter's Revenge, and all that. And if you notice in True Romance, they go in and they're watching the Sonny Chiba movie. That's where the two of them meet up, the two main characters. And later on in Kill Bill, that's why the Hanzo Hattori sword that she goes to get over in Japan, the bride goes to get, that's actually Sonny Chiba who makes the sword for her. But it's because Tarantino watched that old school stuff back then. He liked the grindhouse flicks. It's funny. I actually started writing a script for a movie one time. It was called One Last Good One. And maybe someday I'll finish it and I'll see what happens with it. But it was basically it's like almost like an Evil Dead kind of thing. Like it's a horror movie, about a guy who takes down like supernatural killers and like his one last run at it. We'll see if I ever finish it. Again, laziness is my superpower. So do I go to the Dryad or am I going to Tuxedo Sam? Which one should I do next? Not finishing what you started is not lazy. Yes, it is. Procrastinating and laziness are pretty much the same damn thing. I've written there's one story that I actually finished writing the whole damn thing. And I let somebody I've let a couple people read it and they liked it because a lot of the shit I write is kind of Twilight Zone esque. Like I'd have to get M Night Shyamalan to fucking direct it. Yeah, Hateful Eight I think is a very underrated movie. The whole takeaway I took, well, the whole takeaway I took. Now I'm Kamala Harrising my word salad, right? The whole takeaway for me from Hateful Eight was paranoia. You don't know what's what through the whole thing. So it's kind of like that movie, the old horror movie, The Thing. You didn't know who the thing had infected and who was going to become the thing. But yeah, Hateful Eight I thought was very good because of that. And my favorite factor on Hateful Eight, the part where she's playing the guitar and then Kurt Russell's character grabs the guitar and smashes it and shatters it. Apparently, that was a real old time guitar that was on loan from a museum. And he thought it was a prop and smashed it. I so M Night Shyamalan has a couple good movies. The bulk of them are honestly trash. They just are. Either you can see the swerve coming or the swerve is not good. I mean, his best effort at it was well, no, I mean, yeah, I guess his best effort would have been The Sixth Sense. Um, what was the one that was the follow? It turned out the biggest swerve I think he actually ever pulled though was the second one that's in the Unbreakable series that you didn't realize was Unbreakable 2 until the very end when they show the after credit scene with Bruce Willis. Signs made no fucking sense. Signs had some good stuff to it, but the fact that the aliens were allergic to water basically and it burned them was dumb. Why would you come to a planet that's two-thirds covered in water? That's like, hey, Superman, why don't you fly down on that planet that's two-thirds made of kryptonite? Like, dumbest shit ever. Lady in the Water was enjoyable because it was just like a bedtime story that you would tell a kid. It was all right because of that. Yeah, and James McAvoy, who played Split, that's the name of the sequel. James McAvoy was it's because of his acting skill. That's why that movie was so great. And then the follow up Glass was terrible. Was just goddamn awful. Unbreakable was decent, but it could have been a lot better. What they needed to do in that movie was have Bruce Willis saving more people. If they had it where he, like, half the movie was him saving people, Samuel L. Jackson funding him and helping him in the background, and then the swerve at the end, it would have been a better gut punch, in my opinion. Well, see, yeah, you look, that's what I'm saying. Like the human aspect of it with his wife and all that kind of stuff in Signs was good, Bina. Like that part was decent. Like he built up a decent human factor. The fact they were real aliens, that was decent. The fact that they were allergic to water was fucking stupid. Like it's just stupid. That's just it, though. I watch a movie like that. Like one that got me that was really, I was shocked at how good it was. And I was actually shocked because John Goodman was a very creepy son of a bitch in it and did a great job. Was I want to say it's something Cloverfield Lane, right? Because the whole time you're just thinking like this dude's a nut. And then she gets out of the bunker and turns out like, yes, aliens actually did invade the planet and all this kind of stuff, and he actually wasn't nuts. That's a better switch. Like to me, that's a better like gut punch. It's the same way people hate that movie. I don't know if you ever saw The Mist. Like they adapted it from a Stephen King story. Yep. This is going to be the hardcore spoiler alert right here. So, The Mist and Thomas Jane, who played the Punisher at one point in time, is Stephen King's story or what have you. At the end of the actual novel, the mist just keeps going. Like they just drive off into the mist and you don't really know what happens to them. But at the end of the film, The Mist, like the whole time they're in this supermarket, like, and this weird mist happens and all these creatures start coming out of the mist and killing them and stuff. And then it gets into all these religious overtones. And the one lady's like, it's the kid, and the kid is the devil, and all this kind of stuff. Well, at the end of the movie, they're all in a car, and he has enough bullets basically in his gun. It's him, his son, and like this elderly couple. And he basically, the elderly couple do themselves in, and then he kills his son to spare him from the monsters getting him in the mist. And just as he kills the kid, the second after he deletes his son, there's a knock on the window and it's the military, and the mist is starting to retreat. And Thomas Jane is left there screaming in the car by himself. So the big question is, right? Because everybody was like, oh my God, that's awful ending. Like he deletes his own son and all this. And then if he had just waited for like 2 more minutes, these people would have come knocked on the window and he would have been all right. But the whole thing is, if you go back to the scenes when they're in the grocery store and everything, there's a lady screaming about it's the kid, it's this kid. If we delete the kid, then the mist will go away. He's evil and all this kind of stuff. It should leave that question in your mind. Well, wait a minute. After he deleted the kid, the mist retreated and they were saved. So was the kid really evil? Was the lady in the store right? And they could have saved everybody if they had just deleted the kid, or that's the real thing that you're supposed to take away from it, but everybody just takes away like, oh God, that was a terrible ending because he deletes his son and they could have been okay. Yeah, I would watch it anyway, even though you know now the swerve in it. Watch Cloverfield Lane anyway. You know what's crazy? I have tons of four-leaf clovers growing in my yard. Tons of them. I don't know what is going on with my microphone either. If I move a certain way, it buzzes. That's worrisome. But anyway, which one? Do I paint him? Do I paint her? Well, I think it's a him. It might be a her. Finding out that Hello Kitty isn't really a cat, but actually a little girl is terrifying, to be honest with you. Penguin Zero? Yeah, he's awesome. Charles White. He's amazing. It's the same thing with if you want to see like old school stories and stuff like this about old internet. I highly recommend a channel. It's Whang, WHANG, with an exclamation point. He's fantastic with going back and telling internet mysteries and stuff like this. He's just one of the best out there. Was Devil the one where they were in a elevator? See, here's the thing, Beans, and I don't know how. Did you ever watch like The Twilight Zone or Outer Limits, Monsters, Tales from the Dark Side? I want to say Black Room was another one. Like, I've seen every episode of The Twilight Zone so many goddamn times. And I think that's kind of ruined where I'm watching a movie and I always see the twist in it. That would be a Cream song, mister. But yeah, if you watched enough Twilight Zone, you know what the swerve is going to be in a lot of modern movies. It's not hard to figure out. I think what was the other one that used to come on the USA Network? The Hitchhiker. I know there's a movie with Rutger Hauer called The Hitcher. That was a creepy fucking movie back in the day. The Sand Kings? So, which Sand Kings though? The newer version or the old school version? Because when they revived the Outer Limits, they did the first season where it all kind of links together at the very end. I could never get into the X Files. I tried and tried and tried and couldn't get into X Files. Oh, look who it is. It's Donnie. What's up, bruv? Yeah, that's the revival of Outer Limits. That was on, I want to say Showtime when it aired. But yes, yeah, that was actually very good. The truth is out there. Yeah, the truth is they kind of shit the bed towards the end of that show. People used to go nuts for it though. Walking Dead, I really liked. God. And I was really looking forward to when they brought Negan and the Whisperers in and everything else later on because I knew what happens in the comic. But they had killed like killed a character off on that show. And I can't remember which character it was. And I was like, ooh, this is not how this goes in the book. I think it was when they killed Andrea off with the whole governor arc. But once they killed her off, I was like, what the hell? I think she actually made it all the way to the end of the comic, if I remember correctly. But Walking Dead was great at one point, and then I don't know which showrunner or whatever quit, but whoever did, all of a sudden the show just kind of took a dip. Yeah, but being in the books, like in the comic books, Negan kills Glenn. Like he does exactly what he does to him on the show. That happens in the comic. Like the comics are way different from the show in a lot of respects. Like I know my absolute I'm done with this show was when they killed Carl off. That was pretty much Carol. I can't remember how Rick used to pronounce it, but Carl. Yeah, when they killed him off. Right. See, that was the same thing. I stopped really watching it like, oh, I can't miss this when after the governor season. And then when I heard they were bringing Negan in, I started to watch it again because I wanted to see how they did Negan, if they did him as well as they did in the book. And he was pretty close to how he is in the comic. You just say the Daryl spinoff show was decent because it was over in the UK and you could relate to it. That the fact that the X Files movie came out in 1998 doesn't make me feel old. No, that doesn't make me feel old. Yes, it was in France. Yeah, it was, Danny. It was in France. Yep, original Beetlejuice was 88. What makes me feel old, and when I started to actually go, oh, geez, I'm getting old, was when Eddie Van Halen had to have his hip replaced. I was like, oh God, I'm getting old. You know, I hate to say this, but does everybody hate the French? Yeah, everybody loved The Walking Dead when it first started. It was very compelling, even though like Earl and Daryl, the Dixon brothers, were never in the comic series. We. All right, you know what? I don't feel like firing up the airbrush just yet. I'll go with the Dryad. Should be simple. There's basically different shades of green. Dude, what in the hell is up with my mic? I just got that feedback again. That's worrisome. I might have to shut off the mic. All right. Let's see. Definitely need a brighter green. A darker green. I need like a seaweed green. Cut grass will work. Should take care of the leaves. Where's that gray green? There it is. Definitely going to need mossy meadow. That's perfect. R. Kelly. The best were the Chappelle Show sketches, the sketches that he did on R. Kelly. Like I said, I'm still shocked that everybody's all hung up on P. Diddy being a weirdo. course he's a weirdo. Figures. Put down the mouse and what happens? And bring up my picture to see what I'm painting. See, I don't know about the peeing on each other part. To me, it's more the wrecked them, damn near killed them part of that. Like, I don't know. The fact that they let them do that to him, like, and didn't tell him, hey, go fuck yourself, tells you all I need to know about the people he did it to. I remember, I heard one guy talking about it, and he was talking about Will Smith specifically. And he's like, yeah, I walked in the room, and Will Smith was getting his back blown out. I was like, oh my God. It's like, oh. Going very heavy green into this with the bright green just for her leaves. And then I'll hit it probably with like 2-3 coats. So it tones down as we go. Trying to leave breaks in the leaves though. Will Smith and Jada probably both were at Diddy's. That's another that's a whole nother can of worms. Those two are made for each other. They're just screwed up. Yeah, I don't know why I never got into it. Actually, when everything first started to break out, I had to have my wife break it all down for me. Because I just like, I didn't follow the story at all. I'm painting a Dryad at the moment, Danny. You don't watch One Piece either, but I already did this one, which is WhiteBeard's Standard. That's going to go on the shelf with all my One Piece ships. I've got like all the ones that they've done in model form. I put them all together. Yes, Jada was Will's biggest mistake, considering she was still in love with Tupac. She never got over Tupac's death. I think she just married him for a jumping on platform or a jumping off platform. If I'm going to be totally honest about it. Yes, I do have a contrasting green. Good. Ah, yeah, I should do this. What? You seriously shaming Danny for saying goddamn all the time? Alrighty. Let's see. What is a dryad? Dryad is a tree nymph or tree spirit in Greek myth. Dryads were originally considered the nymphs of oak trees specifically, but the term has evolved towards tree nymphs in general. Often their life force was connected to the tree in which they resided, and they were usually found in sacred groves of the gods. They were considered to be very shy creatures, except around the goddess Artemis, who was known to be a friend to most nymphs. And then it breaks down all the different types. Oh, apparently that's all they had. But yeah, they're basically tree spirits in Greek myth. I will not curse or take your God's name in vain if it bothers you, my friend. And my God doesn't have a name. I just call him God. Not insulting me. You can tell me his name's Allah for all I give a shit. Whatever you want to call him, you call him that. That's your right. I'm going to call him um, Jehovah. You want to call him whatever. You want to call him Zeus, I don't care. Elom. Pina, I'm not a mod. Carry on. Oh, God. You want to be a mod, Bina? I can make that happen. That was one thing I did catch in the chat last night was Bina was talking to somebody and they said, "Oh, I'm on this other channel and I'm a mod there." Like they were kind of like I took it as they were trying to flex, and I'd like that's why I said to Bina in chat last night, you want me to make you a mod on my chat, so this way and she goes, "Why would I want that?" I'm like, "So this way you could say you're a mod." Because like this person was just like, "Yeah, I'm a mod in this chat." Like they were cool because of it. I don't even know who the hell Jericho Green is. I don't have no idea who that is. I'm not gonna lie. Classic green. There I do first. I don't think I did fresh cut grass yet. Yeah, I didn't do fresh cut grass. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of feel bad about it too because I kind of snapped back. So I was joking about like, oh, does this mean we can use whatever for I think it was illegal immigrants or something as target practice now or some shit. And I was joking. It was clear I was joking. And like the one mod's like, you can't even joke about that in here. I'm like, or what? What the fuck are you gonna do? Kick me out? You can kiss my whole ass. I didn't say that though, because they didn't say it to me that rude. But if they had pushed it, I'd have been like, yeah, you can kiss my ass, then kick me out. I'm fine with it. I'm good. Dude, everybody is a mod on Aliens chat. He said one point in time that people come in there and like break his balls or make they like go in on him or something. I was watching one of his live streams and he was kind of talking about it. He didn't go real into detail, but I was like, really, dude? Like, why? You know, like it's kind of messed up. I get people can be assholes and there's trolls and everything, but it's not like Aliens got 20,000 people watching them or something. Just like I don't have 20,000 people. Why are you going to break this kid's balls? Like he's trying to do something here. Unnecessary. There's been a few times where a bunch of random people came in on his stream and started saying dumb stuff. Did you actually like troll the trolls, mister? You're usually pretty quiet about that kind of shit. Like you seem very non-confrontational, so it had to be pretty bad. Me, as soon as Shaquille O'Neal says something wrong in ABL's chat, I say something just to watch Devin and Bina and everybody else start laughing. But if you went off, then it's got to be pretty bad. They were talking some serious shit to him, I guess. Which, like, again, it's Alien. He's well meaning. He wants to do this shit as a living. And he has streams all the time. He's a good dude. Why would you fuck with him? It's unnecessary. Just don't listen if you don't like it. Yeah, but you don't have to argue with them. You just insult them like to their moral core. Well, moral core too. That too, I guess, but their mortal core. Like you hit them with an insult that you can pretty much perceive as true from the person. Like, are you really that weak that you got to jump into a stream like this and talk a bunch of smack to this person who's trying to entertain people or just share what he's learning with everybody? Highly, highly unnecessary. Yeah, go with that green. I think it's fine. You don't like what somebody's got to say, then you just turn the channel. Plenty of stuff out there to watch. Plenty of bigger shows where you can go and actually break the host's balls and be funny about it. Like your mom is calling you and bringing you chicken nuggets as an adult man dressed like a child in the basement playing video games alone perpetually. See, that honestly, that that's not really going to hammer someone. You know what I mean? Like, if you really want to shine somebody on, say the truth. It's 2:30 in the morning. You're watching a stream with 4 other people watching it, and you come in here and you have to insult this guy. That's all you've got to do with your time? Why? Because you can't pick up women? Do you need the Blue Chew ad? Do you need me to play that Blue Chew ad for you to make sure it works? Like, go in on them, because honestly, that shit's probably true. Especially the not getting women part. If you've got time to be on the internet and waste your time doing shit like that, then obviously you have failed in life, sir. You know? Stuff like this. I'm not, like, say something to him like, yeah, I'm not too concerned about your opinion because it's going to die off with you because you're never going to breed. You have no ability to pass on your genetics. The best thing you've got is a credit card on Pornhub in your right hand. So you can go straight to hell, sir. Like, go in on reality. Yeah, but it isn't all of us. Because here's the thing. You're here, you're enjoying yourself, right? Regardless if you're enjoying the painting, you're enjoying the conversation, whatever we're discussing, you're enjoying some aspect of it and you're having fun. And you're interacting with each other in the chat. Maybe some people see the creativity, some people are going to see, different stuff, different aspects. Maybe it's like my lack of talent and everything else. But if you're just going to jump in here specifically to insult somebody because you see, like, in a way, like, oh, well, maybe they're an easy target or whatever, then that just makes you a coward and a bully. And to be honest with you, there's nothing more insulting to somebody who actually is a real one, like a real dude, than a coward and a bully. That's part of the reason why whenever I do insult Shaquille Oatmeal, if he tells me to stop, like, GAM, stop, I stop immediately because I'm not bullying him. I'm breaking his balls so he stops trolling. And he usually does immediately after, so I don't have to keep going in on him. It's like being stronger than somebody and beating the ever-loving God out of them. They, like punching them in the mouth, they fall on the ground, and then you climb on top of them and beat them till they're like unconscious. Like, what's the need for that? You already proved your point when you knocked them on their ass. It's just excessive. You don't need to do that. If they were French, it would make it okay, but only if it was Danny Boss throwing the beating. Yeah, like, I don't understand it. And I mean, there's guys out there that's all their stuff is trolling people, and I'm like, yeah, you're just showing you're an asshole. That's pretty much all you're doing. Like, look, I'm an asshole. And then, like, I don't know, but picking on Alien is not cool in any respect. It's also just messed up that everybody got to be a mod because of it. I'll be honest with you, I don't even know how to make somebody a mod. Like, no clue at all. Taking siestas all the time. We all know Danny's a slacker. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I grew up in a different time too, where me and a bunch of my buddies, one of them worked at like this convenience store called well, it was called Country Farms, but then it was taken over by these other people. Well, no, it was called Country Farms when they took it over, but it was originally called Cumberland Farms. And my one buddy used to work the graveyard shift, so we'd all be out drinking or whatever, and then we'd stop by the convenience store and we'd all just hang out with him while he was stuck on shift. And we would do this thing where we would break each other's balls. And granted, when you know everything about somebody's life, you could definitely know their pain points and how to break their balls. And we would do that, and one person would referee between two people going at it. And you would be like, oh, your mama, blah, 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 or whatever. And you would just go back and forth until one person couldn't respond. Like all of a sudden they responded, or they responded with something weak. You'd give them a standing 8 count. But we used to do that for fun on a Saturday night. Half shot in the ass. A lot of these kids on the internet nowadays, that's all, their entire life is the internet. They've never been there. Looking across from somebody and then talking smack and getting their head knocked in. Wait, what is going on with you? Are you guys arguing over something Danny said above and then Bina followed into him? And Bina's always being mean to people. Or was it Danny being mean to Bina? I'm confused. You guys lost me. You lost me in that last turn. Bina, you big meanie. You better be careful. She'll hit you in the head with a big old oversized mallet. I missed the inside of that. Okay, good. I think I'm still working on first, second goats. Give a story, huh? Go ahead, get into a story. I'll definitely take the audio recording. What's up, puppy? Yeah, seriously. I have no idea what's happening either, mister, and it's my damn stream. I'm sitting there painting a Dryad. Don't make me pull the car over. Yeah, that's going to be rough. All right, that's not so bad. Right in towards the nape of the neck. And then Devin's just chilling, eating popcorn. What the fuck was that? I should have printed this thing a lot bigger than I did. I just thought it would look cuter as a like pixie size, but I'm now seeing the fault in my idea. Those eyes are going to be a difficult son of a bitch to mess with. Okay, cool, Danny. Yeah, is that what you're doing, Devin? You're proofreading? Are you proofreading the chat, or are you actually like working proofreading? Damn, that is going to be a pain in the ass. I'm just going to have to start with the darker first. I just really don't want to blow out the contrast that I've got going on. All right, let me check Discord, see if he, oh God. Poor Devin. Ah, Frogzilla. All right, Danny Boss, what do you got to say? Here we go.
Yeah, so yesterday I got like a little postcard from my door. I sent you guys a picture on Discord. It was basically about my local mosque, saying, come down and visit our mosque and all that. So I called him up earlier and I just obviously asked some questions. And anyway, it turns out that they've already got like 5 wives ready for me. So yeah, looks like I'm converting to Islam tomorrow. So yeah.
So you have 5 wives waiting for you? What did you have to do to earn these? I'm just curious. That's crazy, Danny. Give me 1 second. I have to walk the dog. He's whining at me. I will be right back, everybody. I'm sorry. That is one command I'm glad I taught that dog. I sat there and said fast, and he ran out, went, and ran right back in. Good puppy. 5 wives. Oh, Bina didn't catch the sarcasm. I mean, then again, Danny, you did just kind of like start getting into religion, so it would be easy for you to convert. Not gonna lie. But why you would want 5 wives, I'll never understand. One's more than enough. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. That's probably your best bet as long as they're not messing with you. Not not going and looking for a fight. That fight will come to you sooner or later. Oh, good lord. I did not realize how small the details were going to be when I printed this damn thing. Should have made it bigger. You never met a Muslim? I've met Muslims with more than one wife. I just, I don't know. I always forget Beans did grow up. So wait, did you like convert or something, Beans, or are you still Muslim? Well, I mean, you also have, geez, is it the, what set is it? Is it the Mormons that have more than one wife that are polygamists? I'm not sure. I know there's some religions that allow that. Thing is, you have to treat each wife equally. Like, you're not allowed to be like, oh, yes, I bought you this diamond ring, honey, and you got 3 other wives. You have to be like, I bought each of you a diamond ring. Okay. So Beans is well, Mr. and I got in this argument one time on the actual meaning of agnetism, but the way I defined agnetism is exactly what Beans is saying. Like, you believe in a God, just not a set religion. Dear Lord, the little face on this one. I don't even know if it'll focus in on it. The autofocus won't even pick it up. It's tiny. Dear Lord, I should have negative wives if I was Muslim then. No, you're not wrong. I mean, all religious texts are interesting in one way or another if you just read them. If you guys hear squeaking in the background, that is the dog being an asshole and wanting to play at this point. He's usually pretty good. I don't know what happened. He's like amped up tonight. Let me see. Did you say anything else in the Discord, Danny? Yes, you did. Hold on. Play this.
I've got a mate who's a Muslim. I mean, he's not like a proper Muslim. He's more of just a cultural, Muslim because of his family. So he kind of got raised in that, in being a Muslim. I could maybe say he's a westernized Muslim. So because he has a wife and kids, and I asked him once. I said, if you could, would you have more wives? And he burst out laughing. He was like, hell no. He's like, one wife is enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean that's just it. That's like me. Most of the Muslims I know weren't raised in the Middle East or anything like this. They were all from over here. So it's just like like you said, I guess they have more Western ideals than they do Middle Eastern ideals. Like they still pray and all that kind of stuff the way they would if they were in the Middle East, but they've adapted more into Americanized life. Like Americanized life is a lot different. I mean, I do know female Muslims that still do like kind of like Sharia law kind of stuff where they keep their heads and faces covered and nothing like scantily clad or any of that shit. Wow, you guys are being quiet. All of a sudden, everybody stopped chatting. Although that squeak is going to drive me fucking nuts in a minute. I'm going to have to hit my denoise. Bam. Starting to get there. That little face, though, is going to be such a pain in the ass. Definitely a pain in the ass. All right. Where is my... I went to that skin tone. I need the highlight version of the skin tone. Start layering it in. Hey, you guys went completely silent in the chat. Like, oof. All right, I'll check it now, Danny.
Well, okay, so I don't, let's not talk about religion, I guess, because we could probably talk about that for weeks. We could be going back and forth, and then no one's gonna like what I have to say, are they really? But yeah, let's. I just finished watching the movie Pulp Fiction. Have any of you guys seen it? I've seen it a long time ago, but I was watching it again with my mate. Apparently, Quentin Tarantino is thinking about doing his. Well, I think he's going to do one more movie soon. It's going to be his last ever movie. And there's some rumors that it was going to be Kill Bill 3 with Uma Thurman's daughter potentially, but I think he said he wasn't going to do that. Maybe he's going to do another Pulp Fiction, or maybe just an entirely new movie. What do you guys think?
So yeah, we were actually discussing this earlier, Danny, and I see Bina sent a message too, so I'll fire that up in a second. All right, no worries, mister. Um, we were discussing this because I said, yeah, Devin had jumped in, and I said, yeah, Danny's watching Pulp Fiction. I don't know what his final movie is going to be. It would be cool if they did do BB as not the bride, but the bride's daughter. Like it would be cool if the way they set that up for Kill Bill 3 would be that it is, oh god, what's her name? Was it Vivica A. Fox? But her daughter goes and kills Uma Thurman, and then Thurman's daughter takes over and like goes back at her. That could be cool. I think he's going to do something. I don't think it's going to be another Pulp Fiction. I think it's going to be something completely new and completely different. I think he's going to go out on one that maybe it'll be a heist movie or something like this, but he's going to go out on one that we're not expecting. And I know he did say he's only got one left. The other thing is, since you just watched Pulp Fiction, I didn't say this earlier, but since you just watched Pulp Fiction, so Uma Thurman's character, Marcellus Wallace's wife. Well, I can't remember what her actual name is in the movie, other than Marcellus Wallace's wife. She's talking to him when they're out before they start dancing, and she said, "Yeah, I did a trailer or a pilot for this show called Fox Force 5. That's basically what Kill Bill is. Is that show? Like if you really break it down, there's 5 of them. Like everything she kind of says in that scene is the description for Kill Bill. So that's pretty cool. Let's see what the Beans has to say. Yeah, and I am going to watch it too when it comes out, because it should be good if it's his final farewell.
Exodus 21:10. If he takes another wife to himself, he shall not diminish her food, her clothing, or her marital rights. Applies. He can have more than one wife. We have Kings 11:3. He had 700 wives who were princesses and 300 concubines, and his wife turned away his heart. That's another one. Find more than one wife. Deuteronomy 21:15. If a man has 2 wives, the one loved and the other unloved, and both the loved one and unloved have borne him children, he has to treat the son or both good. So also implies that is more than one wife. Genesis 4:19. And Lamech took 2 wives. The name of one was Ada, the other one's name was Zillah, also 2 wives. I'm just saying, it's not just in the Quran, it's also in the Bible.
Very good point. And you know why you would have more wives back then? Not just because you would lose people to illness and what have you, but also because you have to grow the population. Population, you're looking at what? Like you had 100,000 people. That was like, oh my God, what a giant civilization we have. Look where we are right now, how many billions of people there are actually in the world. You know, it's not hundreds of billions, it's only like 10, 20 billion or whatever, but still that is a great increase. So in order for your bloodline, everything else to carry on, you would want to have multiple wives, multiple children, the whole 9 yards, larger family. That's a good call in though, Beans. Good job. I love the fact you cited all of it directly from. Definitely, definitely cool. Like that's the thing, Deuteronomy. I think I know I've said this before, but that guy Billy Carson went into it and he said something about it, and then I looked up the actual passage he was talking about. He's like, it says it right in there, and then I went and looked it up, and I was like, yeah, that's not what that says. Like he interpreted it in a completely like fucked up way. But he was doing it to fit his narrative of the Anunnaki and Thoth, the Thoth and his emerald tablets and all this. What are you guys thinking? Is she coming out all right? Ho ho ho, green giant. Was Hagar just a concubine? I don't know. You're telling me Hagar was just a side piece? Is that's what's going on here? Jacob had 2 wives and 2 concubines. He was a busy man. Well, that's just it. And that's the other thing. You Beans, you said both books are similar, right? If you go look at, and I don't know what the text is called, but the text for Hinduism is very similar as well in parts. All of them have a lot of similarity to them. Yeah, but right. So what you're telling me is King Solomon had a whole bunch of concubines, right? And how many wives did King Solomon have? How many wives, Devin, did King Solomon have? You're pretty devout with this stuff and pretty on point. You don't remember, you just know you had hundreds of concubines, right? Why did they call King Solomon wise then? $15 religions? Yeah, but that's just it. So you're telling me the whole thing is he was a cheat code? Yes. But if God is within you, then aren't you gaining the wisdom from yourself? just because, I feel like something's off with this and I can't figure it out. And I just figured it out. Unreal. Yeah, he talked to people back in those days, but so that goes back to like the burning bush. People think now that the burning bush was the acacia bush, which would have been had a hallucinatory effect if they inhaled the fumes or the smoke from it. So they would have been just high and thinking to themselves out loud. But the fact that God would take his time out of his day to address somebody makes you wonder. Because if that were the case and God wanted to just do stuff like that, why would he send his angels to like destroy Sodom and Gomorrah and stuff like this? All right, Danny Boss, let's check them now. No, it doesn't mean none of us are gods. That's correct. But what makes humans different than everything else, according to religion? Free will. So God had to give you, if you're going to go off of that basis, just that train of thought, God had to give you the ability to reason. He had to give you the ability to have wisdom and to think things through for yourself and make choices. That's free will. You can make the wrong choice. You've still made a choice. It doesn't make you God. If you're comparing yourself to a god, then you need to get your fucking head checked. That's where I sit on that one. If you choose not to decide, you have made a choice. Right, all right. Let's see what Bruv's got to say. From the pond, here we go.
So when you say the Bible, are we talking the Old Covenant? Or are we talking about the New Covenant? Because as far as I know in the New Covenant, I don't think there's anything there from what I've seen so far or from what I know about having more than one wife. And I definitely know that you're not allowed to beat your wife. I mean, I could throw some hadiths and some stuff, you guys would, but I don't think you guys really want to see it. I mean, again, this could get deep, but I'd rather not go there.
That's the first one. And I hate the fact you say covenant, even though I know what you're talking about, because every time you say covenant, I'm such a video game nerd that all I can think of is the covenant from Halo. So, next one.
And the reason why, people say that the Quran and the Bible are so similar is because, from what I know, I mean, I guess in some ways it is because, Muhammad and the people he got to write down all the stuff because he was illiterate, wasn't he? He couldn't read or write, so he obviously got people to write down all the stuff. And, Jesus came about in the 1st century. The New Covenant come around in the 1st century, and then about, I think in the 7th century, Muhammad was born. And a few hundred years after that, I think then the Quran and sort of Islam and that came about into fruition. And then the Hadith, I think the Hadith come out after the Quran, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, it was just obviously Muhammad just stole a bunch of stories from the Bible and twisted them and then added his things as well. Like, that about, the end of times won't come unless we wipe out all the Jews, persecute the Christians. Christians have to pay the jizya, make them your second-class citizens, your dhimmis, and all that stuff.
Yeah, and that's part of the reason why I have a problem with religion right there. That end part about wiping out all this or that because they don't believe the way you do. I think that is the bullshit in it. Your religion should be teaching you spirituality and love for whatever God you believe in. And it's just my opinion, disagree, agree. That's up to you. But I don't think any religion should be telling you to destroy somebody else. Even the wicked aren't smited by man. They're smited by God. God's the only one who can judge them, technically, if you really want to break it down to the soul. And I also disagree with that. I think evil should intrinsically be wiped out. But then again, you have to decide what is evil and what isn't. And you just have to look to nature to see it. So, for example, you don't see, well, I'm not even going to get into that, but that will get me in a lot of trouble on YouTube. But yeah, you know what good is, you know what evil is. Unless you're a psychopath, a true one, and you have no moral compass, most of the population does have a moral compass. You know what you're doing is wrong. You know what you're doing is fucked up, or you know what you're doing is good. All you have to do is follow the path of good. And sometimes that's not the easiest path either. All right, let's see if I can catch up. The Bible doesn't say he did. The Quran is mostly based on the Old Testament. So there you go. It's based on the Old Testament. John says many other things were done that were not written. So the Bible doesn't say a lot of things. Well, who put down the original Bible anyway? Who wrote it? No, you're all right, Frog. I don't really talk religion all that much either. Like I said, I'm the worst one for being religious. I just believe that be a good person. You know right from wrong. Follow a moral compass, your own moral compass. I think religion is something that should be personal to you. Like very personal. Like I think your relationship with whatever God you believe in or don't believe in should be personal to you. And I do think there is evil. And if there's evil, that means there has to be good because they contrast each other. But I also don't think there is a proper way and an improper way to worship your God. But that's just my take. Let me see. Danny sent another audio.
See, we can really talk about this forever, couldn't we? But look, all I'm going to say is, I know most of you guys don't, obviously, you're not particularly religious, and I understand that, I get that. And obviously, you don't believe Jesus is God. You might believe he was a real person and he was a good teacher of some kind and he had good teachings and stuff like that. But if that's what, that's fair enough. But all I'm going to say is if you compare the two, Jesus and Muhammad, and you look at their teachings, you look at their lives, what they did, and you compare the two, I'm sorry, but there is no comparison to me. There's only one man, you should follow out of those two. And that's just up to you, innit? If you I know some of you might maybe consider yourself cultural Christians, possibly. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even about cultural Christian or anything like that. And believe it or not, there are people in this chat that you can tell just by the answers they're giving you back. They're very devout in their faith. And good on them for not, and good on you too, for not judging anybody for not seeing your exact point of view. That's honestly an American belief of freedom of religion. We're all free to express ourselves how we want. I don't. Whole thing is, I look into myself for answers a lot of times. If I go off of just facts and figures and, historical standpoints and all this, then there's certain stuff I call bullshit on. And then other stuff I say, okay, yeah, it's possible. But like I just got done saying, I think that is, to each person, it's very personal. And I don't think you're wrong feeling whatever way you feel. What I don't like is when people use religion, like they'll be in the middle of an argument and go, well, I'm a good Christian. What the fuck does that matter? Like, you say that, I'm a good Christian, but just you shouldn't. It's like saying I'm the smartest person in this room. You don't have to tell people you're the smartest person in the room if you actually are the smartest person in the room. You just are, and other people say it about you. I think that, the problem is, and it's with everything, you don't declare, you can show people who you are through your actions, sometimes through your words, and through how you live your life, good or ill. And they decide who you are. But let it be based on truth, in fact, not on, a certain set of standards that somebody else upholds. I knew a kid once, so true story. Planet X, like I said, it was actually the first store I ran as a store manager, was in Freehold Raceway Mall. And it's not far from, I think it was Lakehurst, New Jersey was where it was at, but it's actually where most of the very, very religious Jews go to train to be rabbis and such. Like, that's where they actually go. And I had this kid that worked for me, and I call him a kid, but he's actually, like probably 19. And his name was Ben. And he was Jewish, and he was devout in his faith. Like, I'm telling you, I was shocked at how devout. And a couple of the Hasidic kids, he came in one day all upset, and I was like, what's wrong? He's like, they told me I'm not a real Jew. I'm not Jewish enough. And it was like, what the fuck? Like, but I mean, it hurt him, like, bad. And I had to go through, we had a whole conversation about it. And that was part of the conclusion that I helped them draw was, look, who the hell are they to tell you how devout you are or not devout? Just because you didn't grow the little curls that hang down because you don't do this, you don't do that. It's bullshit. You know your relationship with your God. It's a personal thing. I don't encourage people to downplay somebody else's religion. It's a good way to get in a fight. It really is. And like I said, until I'm dead, I won't know. I won't know until I pass on from this shove off from this mortal coil whether I was an actual good person or not. It'll be those that are left behind, that I leave behind when I die, that will say, oh yeah, he was a good man, or he was a complete jerk off. And it could go either way. Depending on who you ask. All right, let me see. I'm going to hit her eyeballs with black and then probably overlay a red on it. I think that's most of the stuff I'm looking at. Is it okay to put other religion and its people down? I mean, if you condemning, so for example, I guess the only way I could put that one, my point of view on it is, if you're like, every Christian is, every Muslim is, every Jewish person is, when you include everybody into it, you're automatically wrong. You have to look at each person as an individual and how they represent their religion. So if you were to say every Christian does X with kids, you know what I mean? Like, it's not a correct statement. Some do. There's some that are appalled and like it's the most disgusting. Same thing for Muslims. Same for the Jewish. So you can say I think your religion's wrong, but argue from a place of respect back and forth. You know, it's really, a lot of religion all comes down to the faith and what you believe. So if you believe 110%, like Danny just got done saying about Jesus, that's fine. You believe that about that's fine. They're allowed to have their point of view. You know, if it's the truth, you don't have to reinforce it's the truth or force somebody else to see your truth. And I hate to say your truth, but the truth, the way you see it, is the way I should say it. It's when you include, okay, here you go. We'll flip it and make it into politics, right? Saying every Democrat is for late-term abortion is false. There's a lot of Democrats that are like, oh my God, that's terrible, that's awful, what the fuck are you thinking? We just want till the first trimester. Let's flip that around and throw it on Republicans. Every Republican wants to ban abortion. No, they don't. Some agree with it. You see what I mean? You have to be careful in choosing your words. They do have meaning and they should carry weight. So when you include everybody in a blanket statement, you're technically wrong. And that's a fair statement, Danny. I'm going to play your audio here in a second.
Well, here's another story for you, lot. This is an issue that really grinds my gears, boils my blood with the Muslims. Is obviously you lot know Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? KFC. Pretty sure that's American. So I have one down the road from me, about 20 minutes away. Now, for most of my life, it's just been normal KFC, you know. But as of to last year, I think I'm not mistaken, it's now halal. So it's halal KFC. So all the meat, the chicken, is certified halal. So now that means that obviously Muslims can eat in there now, which is fantastic. You know, because you can't discriminate against Muslims, can you? But in doing that, you're now discriminating against every other religion, Christians, Jewish people, you know, etc. Because I can't eat halal meat. And that's the thing about when you make the meat halal in a restaurant or in a shop, every meat, you know, you can't serve pork products, all the meat has to be halal. There's not just little sections in there that this section's halal, this section isn't. So then, fair enough, everyone could go in there and eat and choose their kind of meat that they want to eat. And I called them up and asked them why, and they didn't give me a reason. They just said, "Oh, it just is now." If you don't like it, don't come and eat here. And that's the thing. They just take over, and they moan about everyone discriminating against them, but yet they're discriminating against everyone else, and they couldn't care less.
So I like I said, I also see it because of the cultural divide going on right now in the UK. That's terrible. You can't placate to just one people. Well, you can, but with any luck, you go out of business for it. Like we're seeing that with Disney losing sales with what they've done in the culture. Hopefully, you're going to see one section lose an election because of what they've done with open borders, stuff like this. Blessed are the cheesemakers. What's up, 6? 6. But yeah, that's just it. You should not be playing down to just one set of people. I mean, oh, God damn it. Can I get this thing to focus? There we go. What do you guys think? You like those eyes? Get a little creep on. What's up, 6? I think she's just about good money done. What do you guys think? Think I should add a little brown into her? Angry about something being equal to hateful to some. Wait, hold on. Let me read that again, Devin. It's being angry about something equal to being hateful to someone. It can be, but that all goes into the way you're phrasing it, in my opinion. So, if you sit there and say shit like, and we won't name any specific group, but Group A is the reason why everybody is losing their job. Well, is it really all of them, though? Is it just some of them? Or is it the corporation not wanting to pay you a living wage and paying somebody like they are indentured servants? It can be hateful and it can turn into hate. Like a guy working at a steel mill could say the same thing about a robot taking his job from him, or a car factory. Like, well, before I was the welder at the car factory and these damn robots took all our jobs. I hate all machines because of it. Right. There you go, Devin. That's Group A's behavior pisses me off is greater than I hate Group A. The problem isn't that equation. The problem is when it goes from that equation that you just put up, Group A's behavior pisses me off being greater than I hate Group A, is when it becomes Group A's behavior pisses me off is equal to I hate Group A. Does that make sense? You can be angry at people for behavior and such, but if you let that translate to, then you see everybody is having the same behaviors and exhibiting same behaviors, even when they don't, but just because they're part of that group, that's fucked. because they, for all you know, they might agree with you and be like, yeah, people piss us off all the time that are part of our group but act this way. Yeah, I think the religious talk, yeah, I know Frog doesn't talk religion, so it kind of turned him off a bit. But I mean, this is a broader conversation, I feel now, than just religion. Um, at this point, and I'm sorry if it did like upset him. Um, but yeah, it really is. It isn't just a matter of perception though, because you have people that act on it, and that's a bigger problem. You have people that react. So here you go. Let's take the whole story of pets being eaten by Haitians. Let's just, because that's big on the news. Does that mean every Haitian engages in it? And the answer is no. What should be the bigger issue that everybody is not looking at is, why are there 20,000 Haitians that are dropped into a town of 60,000 people? That's a third of their population. You just increased it by. Look at the resources. Look at the quality of life those people already were living, because every video I've seen out of, I think it's Springfield, Ohio, those people don't look like they're living high on the hog and they're wealthy or even middle class. They look very, very like the houses are dilapidated. People don't look like they have much. And you're dumping a set of people on them that have nothing and then giving them stuff in their face. It's even worse. Right. People are looking at that now. But here's the thing. You think it's going to be, you think you're going to vote one way and somebody's just going to go in and wave a magic wand and all of a sudden that shit fixes overnight? That's not how things work. It's going to take a while. Why was it allowed to even get to this point without people making a stink, without people flipping out, without having to have somebody up on a stage yelling about they're eating the cats and the dogs to make people even look at it? That's the scary part. No, you're fine, Devin. For me, all you're doing is asking a question and I'm giving an answer, which is good because you're having a conversation. You want to be able to have a conversation. So that's just it. How do we solve? There you go. We're a group of assholes on the internet, basically. How do we solve immigration? Like if we were put into power, what would be the smartest way of solving immigration? Nah, you're not spiny and ugly. You're asking questions. That's good. If you're not asking questions, you're not expanding your mind. You're not considering other possibilities. You're not, and I'm not the burning bush. I'm not the word of God or any of this shit. I'm just some asshole who's painting stuff and talking. What is and I'm not sure what JD's idea is. I got to check Danny's audio here in a second. But everybody give that a thought and then give me one thing that you would do to reverse everything going on with immigration. And by the way, if I'm not answering back at you, it's, you know, like I like being able to talk to people and give a point of view and then having you counter my point of view. Maybe I'm looking at your point of view and going, you got a good point. I'm the bleeding volcano. Oh, God. Hold on. Let's check Danny's audio real quick.
Just so I'm extra clear, best way I can describe it is I despise the ideology of Islam, what it teaches. Obviously, we're all human beings. I don't despise or hate a human being, hopefully one day people of Islam who follow that ideology see the light and they leave it. Because I think they'll be a better person if they do. So it's not, I don't hate human beings, I don't hate people. We are all, again, you believe in God, we are all God's creation, right? And again, there's this really famous place that in London, in South London, I think there's a place called Hyde Park. And it's like a debating sort of park area, and it's been there for quite a long time, where people of all faiths go down there and they basically have a civilized debate. And there's loads of channels on YouTube, Christian channels, Muslim channels, all types of religious channels where they go up there, film themselves having a debate with people. And I've learned so much from watching these debates. And 99% of the time, it's the Muslims who are attacking Christians, attacking Jewish people. And I'm talking about serious attacks. There's been stabbings down there from the Muslims, physical assaults on women. There's a Christian woman in particular down there who preaches, and she, she is a bit much. She does sort of, yell out things about Prophet Muhammad, but she is just stating facts from what he did, and what he actually did, his hadith and stuff like that. And they literally shout all types of abuse at her. They get in her face, they spit at her, they hit her. The only time you see that from Christians is obviously like when they're actually defending themselves from being attacked. That's the only time they fight back. They never spit in people's faces or go and stab the other people down there or beat them up. It's 99% of the time it's from the Muslims down there, and it's usually the younger generation as well. For some reason, the younger generation down here of Muslims are even more radicalized than the older generation. And where's that coming from? Like, it's quite tough to figure out where exactly that is coming from. But if you guys are interested in watching some of the videos, just type in the speakers corner. And I'm pretty sure on YouTube, a lot of your videos would pop up.
All right, there you go. Problem is, when you can't argue with your words, a lot of times you turn to your fists. And no, Devin, I've never been a huge Rolling Stones fan. And yeah, there you go, Frogzilla. Yeah, your mom got her green card in the 80s. She followed all the rules as hell. Right. And that's just it. I think that's great. Um, I think that's absolutely 110% the way that shit should be. Is that I want to see different people coming into the country. I want to see them come in legally. I want to see them. I want to see them grow and grow into the society. I want to see them contribute and maybe start a family, have a life, and be able to get an American dream. I also think that there's some that need to go, like immediately need to go, because they either don't want to accept an ideology and follow the rules, and they want to break every rule we have. And I think the first thing that should happen is anybody that has committed some kind of crime, even the more heinous ones, well, not if they've done something like, what happened to Lake and Riley or something like this, I don't think they should ever see daylight again. Because not only did they kind of come in illegally, but then they did something that was so heinous that they should be locked up forever. And if we can hold the key to that, the keys to that prison door, then they're not just being let back out. But I think the first thing that needs to happen is they need to export all our criminals. Well, not are criminals, but criminals that have come in over the past couple months. So what I've done, in case you guys are watching for the painting portion, I added a little light brown in there. And then, let me see if you can see this. I went in and highlighted some spots with the light brown and then brought the green in it to give it that fade in, fade out effect and a little bit more layering to the leaves. I got to do the same thing with the top of her head. Yeah, okay, so here's another thing, Frog, and this is to your point. She got here in the 60s. Thank you, Devin, by the way. I appreciate that. She got here in the 60s and it took her a while, right? Why is it the people who are playing by the rules? So I'll get a little personal on this one. My daughter-in-law, who I love completely, she's my daughter. You know, that's how I look at her. And she's still going through the immigration process. Still going through it. And she's actually from a European country, not from, you know, your typical, like, oh, everybody's coming in from South America across their southern border. She's actually from a European country, but she is playing by the rules and still waiting for her immigration stuff. And she's been over here for years. She renews her visa. She's legal, the whole 9 yards. And she could have taken the easy way, and she didn't. Instead, she's doing it by the book. Why is it so much more difficult for that to happen than for somebody to just hop the border and, oh, here you go, here's a card with $5,000 on it and all this bullshit? That's crap, in my opinion. I think they need to fix people that are playing by the rules. They need to speed that process up to turn them into citizens. Ones that aren't, get rid of them. You know, if you already came into the country illegally, you need to go and wait in a longer queue because you already broke one of the rules by coming into the country illegally. But anybody who has been playing by the rules, who is here legally, it shouldn't take you 10 years, 15 years, 20 years to become a citizen. It should take you 2 years at the most, especially if you can pass all the damn tests. And that's just my take on it. Like, that's the first thing I would kind of fix. I'm not going to lie. Is I would make it where people that have been playing by the rules are here and just trying to actually become citizens and play within our laws and play the game. Let them suffer the same way, pay their taxes to the government and deal with this bullshit too. But anybody who did it wrong, you need to go back to the start and try again. And start by wiping out, and when I say wipe out, I mean deport the most illegal of, or like the most criminal of them immediately. Day one. Day one, if I took over office, I would do that. I'd just be like, yeah, you're the hell out of here. Supposedly we know who they are. So yeah, you need to go. And then the other thing is, immediately I would shut down our border completely and be like, you can only come in through a port of entry. Anybody trying to come across gets shot. If not shot, shot at. But we are not going to take you to a port of entry. You're going to figure that shit out on your own. I would also arrange with Mexico that anybody on the cartel that is caught near our border, they're fair game. That we could actually not, just like how they do extradition treaty, that they could do the same thing for the cartel, where your cartel member may be in Mexico and it's not our jurisdiction, but we would like permission that anytime they are within, 10 miles of the border, we'll say, we have the ability to take them and turn them into a criminal and then actually build a prison at the border for cartel members. Start cutting the supply chain. Start taking out these bad guys because they're not doing good things. They're they're abusing children, they're abusing women, they're suckering people out of money, they're funneling drugs into our country. Legitimately, they are the actual invaders of the invading force. They're the generals of the invading force. So if you take out the generals, a lot of the times the foot soldiers get in a disarray and then it all falls. All right. I'm about to call her good money. What do you guys think? Think I got some shading, some tone. She got KJP's hair. Oh God. All right. So we are, oh Jesus. So we now have Whitebeard standard done. We got her done. Actually, I'm going to go in with the black real quick, clean up the base on her. And then it's time for the damn airbrush. Time to hit the denoise and go fire up the airbrush because this part's going to hurt. Dear Lord. Yeah, and as far as the Rolling Stones go, I like some of their stuff, but I'm not like, oh, the Rolling Stones are the greatest ever. I know people that are like that, and you may be like that, and there's nothing wrong with it. I never thought they were. There was a phase I went through where I was like, oh, yeah, they're really good. And then I just kind of got sick of them. And we're at 10:30. It's actually not bad. Moving at 2 of them done within a 2.5 hour period, although one of them was just white, so kind of cheating. This one's probably going to be a pain in the ass. Yeah, I'm surprised. I can't believe I got in there. And like her eye color on that thing, just in case you guys were interested, it's actually this purple right here. Well, it's not purple. What the hell is it? Grab the bottle. Sparkling fuchsia. So it's actually like a metallic base paint, which is why they're definitely gave it a different little twinkle on them eyes. Thought about going in there with a sapphire. Oh, Danny sent an audio. Let's check it. Thank you, Danny. Thank you.
Yeah, you're making some fantastic points there, Gam, about illegal immigration. I agree 100% with what you had to say. Have you heard about how Poland have been handling illegal immigration? Apparently, like, if they catch you trying to cross the border illegally, they will just shoot you dead. And they have a 0%, a 0% illegal immigration issue. No Islam problems, no terrorist attacks of any nature, as far as I know. I could be wrong. But yeah, as far as I know, they have no issues with that. They're a proud Christian nation, and they want to keep it that way. And I do agree with you. Like, you need to you definitely need to speed up the process of legal immigration, because there are people waiting in line for years, right? Trying to, following all the rules, doing everything the right way, but then there are people just hopping over the border every single day. They get in illegally and they get pretty much everything handed to them. And, we have the same problem with over here as well. And predominantly young men. The majority of these so-called asylum seekers. Now that's the thing about that term, asylum seekers. They're seeking asylum because they're fleeing a war-torn country, or they skip to like 10 safe countries to get to the UK. I mean, usually if you're an asylum seeker, you would skip to the next safe nation. And you know, if you want to enter a country legally, then you got to wait your turn. You got to go through the right process, right? You got to follow the laws. But these people skip loads of countries, safe countries, to get to places like, you know, America or the UK, and you got to ask yourself why. Well, because we pretty much give them everything they want. And we are a soft nation, in my opinion. We've become quite soft. Our culture, our government, the people. And the majority of these people are coming over here to the UK that are coming from, you know, the Middle East. And they most likely are Muslims, young fighting age males. And they come here, obviously they work illegally, they get cash in hand, they're also getting money as well on top, free hotels, free food, and they send money back to the homeland as family, which, you know, the money goes out of the country, and people argue that, oh, these immigrants are good for the country, they help the economy, they boost the economy. Bullshit. I'm sorry, but there's way more negatives. And then again, you get criminals who come here again who do all types of despicable things. You know, we've got our own problems as it is here from our own citizens. We don't need to add, you know, we don't need to escalate the crime rate from illegal immigrants as well.
So you had some good points in there. You def you definitely had some good points in there. Um, so I will say with Poland, zero tolerance, all that. It's not just Poland. China's like that too. You think just as like a UK citizen in your case or an American citizen in my case, you could just get dropped off somewhere in China and go walking into the country. They are going to lock you up and throw away the key if they don't do something else to you first. So the policy, well, I don't know about the policy, but well, yeah, the policy actually does work. Like it definitely works. Just, but the other part of it is you're giving away all these things to different people. And you've got to ask why. In America's case, we all believe that the immigrants that they're letting and stream in here and everything else is to basically create a block of voters, which isn't, I don't think that's wrong. I think that's part of it. But I think there's another part of it too. Because when you look at it and you look at where they're stacking them and where they're putting them and the type of people they're putting them in there around, right? You're looking at poor white people, poor black people. Like, those are the type of towns they're really dropping them into. They're dropping them into the cities, into ghettos in cities. I think it's also, I'm not going to say it's like, I'm not going to say it's replacement population. I think it's replacement worker. I think that if you have enough of them, enough of the illegals dropped into these poorer places where people are expecting, hey, I'm going to get $15 an hour for flipping a burger or some shit like this, and that's where they're at with things and still struggling to get by. You have some of these illegals that are like, look, you don't even have to put me on the books. It's going to cut your payroll and you can hire me on for federal minimum for like $7.35 an hour, or maybe not even federal minimum in some cases. I think it's a replacement workforce. And then what happens to those other poor people that already are American citizens? They're not going to go up in scale. If they could, they already would. So what's going to happen to them? They're literally going to start dying off. And that's where the population replacement comes into play. But then on top of it, it does go back to the voting thing, because now they have somebody that, hey, look, we helped you out, be loyal to us. And then they have instant loyalty on top of it. It's a whole power. It's a fucked up power play, is what it seems like to me. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. I think it's all fixable. I think they use it more as a political cudgel than they do anything else. To say, actually, tell you the truth, give it to Kamala Harris. She's the one who said it, but she said it about Donald Trump. But it was really what her party's doing. And that is, you don't solve a problem because then you can run on it. For example, Roe v. Wade, right, gets overturned. When did Roe v. Wade get overturned? Did that get overturned under Trump? Did it get overturned under Biden? I think that shit got overturned, even if it was under Trump. It was Biden who came in right after. He had not a super majority, but the majority of the Democrats in the Senate and in the House. So your legislative had it. He's the president, so there's your executive. They could have codified Roe v. Wade right then and there and said, nope, we're now passing this into law. Every Republican could have voted against it. They still would have won. It would have gone right through. They didn't. Why? Because then they couldn't run on abortion rights in the next election cycles. They could have passed it. They could have codified it. They could have made that law in the land. They didn't. Why? Because then how are they going to go out in front of the voters and say, well, he wants to ban all abortion? Or this congressperson is against abortion, blah, 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 blah. Because it's something they can run on. It's fucked up. It's just bullshit. They can fix this, that, and the other thing. They choose not to because otherwise they don't have something to run against. There's a reason why right now you have one campaign that's like, here's our shit. This is what we're planning on doing to fix everything. And then you have the other one going, well, I see an opportunity economy and I see where everybody has aspirations and ambitions to do this, that, and the other thing. Okay, I don't give a shit about that. Tell me how you're going to fix it. You can't, because how's the saying go? Wish for everything in one hand and then shit in the other, and tell me which one fills up first. It's total bullshit. Now, see, here's the thing with that, what to be unburdened by what has been. Apparently, I was watching somebody and they were talking about this, and that's actually a Marxist line. That's actually from Marxism, which is why she stopped saying it when they pointed out that her dad's a Marxist. To be unburdened by what has been is a Marxist footnote. Oh, don't worry, sick. You enjoy that poop. We all understand. As long as it isn't a shit spear. My God, I hate shit spears. You guys know what I'm talking about when there's a shit spear? I don't know if you guys do or not. All of a sudden, you're sitting there and like you're just chilling, you're watching TV, maybe playing a game, reading a book, doing whatever, and all of a sudden your gut just goes gurgle. And then all of a sudden it feels like somebody took a spear and just slammed it right in your gut. And you're like, my God, if I make it to the toilet, it'll be a miracle. That is a shit spear. And God save you if you don't make it. Which brings up a very funny story. I'll tell almost immediately after I'm done listening to Danny send another audio. We'll listen to that. And then do not let me forget the story of the first conversation I had with my wayward daughter. Let's listen to this audio.
Yeah, could you guys enlighten me on the whole Roe versus Wade like topic? So does that in effect in your country now? So is it basically gone back to the states? So the states get to vote and get to choose, like their abortion policies. So the blue states are probably obviously more liberal. They're going to be more for pro choice, and then the red states pro life. And so how does that actually how does that sort of work? And also, if a woman's pregnant and she's killed, like that person gets charged with double homicide, right? Because that person killed two lives, isn't it? But yet, when that woman has an abortion, they don't class that as her killing the child. They say that's a medical, I can't remember what they call it. That's a medical procedure she went through. That's healthcare. They don't class that as murder. But then if you was to go and kill a woman who's pregnant, they don't they charge you with double homicide?
Okay, so last question first. Yes, they classify it as double homicide if you were to kill a pregnant woman and ended the baby's life. The difference is that in abortion, and I'm not saying this is my point of view, this is the argument, that when a woman goes in and has an abortion, she's choosing to terminate that baby's life. When you delete her and she's pregnant, then you've basically taken away the choice to end the child's life. Like the mother didn't choose to end the child's life. And that's why it's a crime and why it isn't. Roe v. Wade. So, oh God, let's see if I can shorten this down, make it real compact and nice and easy. The whole thing was, it basically declared that nobody was allowed to ban abortion up until the first trimester. However, because the argument was so thin, it also left in the wiggle room that if a state, let's just say California, wanted it to be late term abortion, 8-9 months, and then, they pushed it a little bit harder, and that's where it blew up in their face and it got repealed, that they could do that too because they never set a limit on what that abortion was, if that makes sense. So they said that you couldn't ban it in the first trimester. And then states started doing it outside of the first trimester because technically there's no limit on how late term you could go with the abortion. And then that's what overturned it was Hobbes. Is it the Hobbes decision? I think it's the Hobbes decision. You guys will correct me if I'm wrong. But basically, they wanted to do a late term abortion, and somebody took it to the Supreme Court, and they used that to overturn Roe v. Wade because now they're setting limits on it, or we're supposed to set limits on it, where it wouldn't be outside the first trimester. Instead, what they did, they said, you know what? It isn't the federal government's business. And they sent it back to the states. When it went back to the states, now people can vote on what the term of abortion is. Some people went for a heartbeat bill. If there's a heartbeat, then there can't be an abortion. Some people said first term. Some people said late term. Some people said Roe v. Wade. But it really was dependent on each state and where you live was the term limit of your abortion. But it didn't ban it. Like, that's just it. I don't think there's any state where it's banned, but definitely the limitation of time is the difference. So instead of having the first three months, now you might only have 6 weeks. However, I don't think there is any state that's banned the exception of incest, life of the mother, and of course the word we're not allowed to say on YouTube. But those 3 exceptions, I think, exist in every state. I'm not 100% on that. I could be incorrect. And yeah, does it cause some problems? It does. But it could all been avoided if the people that were in power just codified Roe v. Wade. Then we wouldn't be having this argument. But they wanted to use it as a political argument going forward. So what the fuck? Yeah, no worries, Danny. Yeah, there you go. The Dobbs decision, not Hobbs, Dobbs. I'm thinking of Powerhouse Hobbs from AEW Wrestling. Okay, I'll tell the story. You can send the audio. I'll play it directly after the story. So, I've told this before that, when I was 18, oopsied, and girl got pregnant, told her I'd marry her. She can have an abortion or she can put up for adoption. She opted for the adoption part. And I was like, all right. And signed off on it, signed over my parental rights, got it to parents that would actually like give a shit. She chose the parents, the whole 9 yards, did it through an actual Christian adoption agency. And many years later, she came back. She found me. She messaged me just out of the blue. Like, I don't know how to approach this other than to say, I think you're my dad. And sure enough, it is my daughter. And I love her very much. Like, she's great, great person. So my wife for my birthday, geez, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, I always said on my bucket list, I'll meet up with you because she lives cross country from me. And I'm lazy, so I don't travel much. But it was on one of my bucket list things. So my wife, as a surprise for my birthday, flew her in for a week and put her up in a hotel. So this way, if she felt uncomfortable, because we've talked online, her and I, back and forth, but we never, like never been in each other's space. So you don't know how that's going to go. So she flew her in or whatever. But one of the first conversations, she and I go and we sit down and we're just chit chatting back and forth like we're old friends, like we've known each other our whole lives. And she said, okay, I'm going to hit you with the question that I ask people. She's like, and it determines not only how honest you are, but how serious you take yourself. She's like, as an adult, have you ever shit your pants? And at that moment, I knew without any kind of DNA test, without anything else, that this was 110% my daughter. Because only someone like me or my offspring would ask a question like that. And I laughed and I was like, as an adult, have I ever shit my pants? Unfortunately, yes, I have. And I had to tell her, went into the story about, what had happened and why. And then she told me the story about how she shit her pants. And we laughed for hours about that. Um, but that's just it. Like, so now that's a question I'm going to pose to all you guys. As an adult, have you ever shit your pants? Have you ever had that oopsie? Like, never trust a fart. Like one of those scenarios. Or the, oh my God, I've got to go right now. Where's the nearest bathroom? Oh shit, I didn't make it. Like, yeah, sick. You're 6. You're right. It was like she said it to me, and she just said it to me almost verbatim, like I said it to you. And 110%, I'm like, you are my child. Only my child would come up with some shit like this. But yep, as an adult, I've absolutely shit my pants by accident. Why would 6 shit in my pants? That's not right. It's yeah, definitely one of those touching moments though between a father and a daughter. Have you ever shit your pants? And it's great because I call my daughter my kiddo and she calls me her old man. My other daughter, I call her my child and I call my son boy. The fact that we were able to share a moment over shitting our pants, yeah. And Bina's never shit her pants. I'll tell you what, working the graveyard at Walgreens one time. Wow, here, God, this is going into two stories actually. I'll start with the first one. So there was this bar that had opened up not far from the Walgreens, and they shut down about 3 in the morning. And we knew they shut down about 3 in the morning because about 3:10, 3:15 in the morning, all the drunks would stumble in and they would get their blunt wraps and use the bathroom and all that and extra alcohol, and guys with girls and like real short skirts would come in, and like they'd come in and get contraception. Stuff like this. So we're always like, oh shit, it's 3 a.m. You know what's coming. Well, this one time, these two girls, and they were dressed up in the pumps and all that stuff, come walking in, and one of them, I'm stocking, I'm doing the overnight stock, and I get over the loudspeaker. Hey, can you come up here for a minute? I'm like, what's up? He's like, yo, bro. The cashier's like, yo, bro. Girl just came in. She bought something. She left. He's like, but she had her hand on her ass when she was walking out the door. I said, oh, man, really? I said, what do you think? He's like, I don't know. But she ran down the back like she came in here on those heels and was trying to run. And she was running almost knock-kneed. So I'm like, oh, God. So I get to the one end of the store and I look, and there's this trail, just this little drips of brown going all the way into the women's room. So I grabbed the mop bucket immediately. I'm like, I know what this is. So I mop up. I'm mopping as I'm going. I get to the women's room, knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Anybody in here? Pop my head in. Anybody in here? Nope, nobody else in the store. Just us. Just me and the cashier. And I go in and I can smell it. And I'm looking around. And in the women's room, so guys, if you're a guy and you're listening to this, I don't know if all women's rooms have this, but Walgreens women's rooms do. And we used to have to change the little baggies in them all the time. They have something next to the toilet where women can throw their maxi pads and their tampons that are used. It's a little trash bag. Oh, I gagged. I definitely gagged. I almost threw up. So I'm looking around and I can smell it. And I'm like, oh no, it's in the tampon thing. And I took the end of the mop and I lifted the lid on this little box that's next to the toilet in the stall. And sure enough, there it is. She had shit her thong. She had tried to run for the bathroom and shit left a trail behind her. And, I guess too many shots, whatever, and thrown her thong, like just the whole damn thing away in the trash, in the little tampon box. It was nasty. So that was the first one. Then the second story, before I took the overnight shift, it was almost like a punishment. If one of the overnight shift managers went on PTO, then a day shift manager had to cover it for the week. And you did it in rotations. Yep, from butt floss to commando. That's absolutely 100. Um, so anyway, before I got on the overnight shift, there was my buddy Stevie worked the overnight shift, and he was permanent. And this other guy named Aaron, we just called him Big Time, worked the graveyard shift. And there was another guy named Aaron. We used to call him Weird Aaron because there was two Aarons. There was Big Time and then there was Weird Aaron. And Weird Aaron was the normal overnight guy. And Weird Aaron's the guy I replaced as the permanent overnight. But Stevie tells me when I first start working the overnight, or, I'm going on for it to cover for Weird Aaron because he's off for a week. And Big Time's like, yeah, dude, hopefully you don't, I had this happen to me. I hope you don't have it happen to you. I'm like, what's up? And he's like, yeah, we call him the Phantom Pooper. I said, what? The Phantom Pooper? What the fuck is a Phantom Pooper? So then Stevie showed up, was coming on shift because we're on shift change. I just come in for the overnight, and Big Time's telling me about this. And Stevie was like, oh yeah, the fucking Phantom Pooper, this fucking guy. Well, here, apparently they think they narrowed it down. They think Weird Aaron told him, like, I know what you're doing and don't do it. And he didn't come in anymore on the overnights. But this one dude used to come in on the overnights and, like, go into the bathroom and hit not just the bowl, but the tank that's on the back, the stall, the floor, like all over the place. They're like, I don't even know how the fuck he does it. Like, not just like they're like, we think it was the one guy, but we could never prove it. Like, we could never catch him until, Weird Aaron sits there and tells him, like, I know what you're doing and all this. And all of a sudden that guy stopped coming in. And all of a sudden the phantom pooping stopped happening. But the damn phantom pooper, like, I mean, it looked like he took a spray paint can, apparently of brown, and just sprayed everything in the entire vicinity. So that's the second story, the story of the phantom pooper. Yeah, they were a trip, weren't they? I mean, they were great people. Yeah, the old phantom pooper. Yeah, it wasn't Taco Bell though. Like, that's just it. We're talking like this is like 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, maybe even 4 in the morning at times. But apparently, the reason why they started calling him the Phantom Pooper, not just because they couldn't figure out who was doing it, but because there would have been nobody in the store, and all of a sudden, like, one of the employees would go to take a leak and go walking in and be like, "Oh my God, what the fuck happened in here? Holy shit! Get the mop!" Oh God, yeah, you're not wrong, Devin. There's a reason why they call that shit White Castle. Or sliders rather. The White Castle burgers, there's a reason why they call them sliders, because they slide in, they slide out. Yeah, it was like my first when I worked at Walgreens the first time was definitely epic. Like, met a lot of good fucking people. Aaron and his toupees. Did he wear a toupee, Frog? You know who I'm talking about, right? Overnight dude. There's an older woman who worked there too. She's still actually there. I saw her not long ago. Yo, yeah. Stevie smoking all the time was great too. I love Stevie though. He was a good guy. So the whole thing with Stevie was because we're all down in the South. We're all in South Carolina, Kakalaki. And Stevie actually grew up even closer to Philly than I did. He actually had like the Eagles tattoo on his shoulder. So whenever Stevie would talk, hey, fucking talk like it, I'll tell you what. Let me tell you something. You fuck around with Stevie, I'll show you something. Oh, who the fuck do you think you are talking to Stevie like that? Yeah, frog. Dog voice, yeah. Yeah, the one woman, she had like it sounded like an exorcist voice. Nice, nice, nice woman, but definitely like the exorcist. God damn. I'm looking at this damn thing. I don't think that color blue matches. And I don't think the other colors blue match. Do I have a different color blue, or am I going to have to mix my own? Shit. No. Too gray. Yeah, super nice lady. It only looks purple. You're right. It looks like a blue purple, but that's because of the pink background. Let me see. Let me see if I can find another image. Shit. Now I gotta grab the fucking keyboard. Damn, dog, that scared the shit out of me. I almost, as an adult, I almost shit my pants again. Yeah, oh, I absolutely remember Miller. That was one of the most entitled people I have ever met in my life. She wasn't a bad person, she was just spoiled. I don't remember Sarah though. All right, let's see. Let's see. I'm just sitting here fucking around in the background. Trying to get this where I got this other picture so I can actually see, because I think that pink is thrown off my eye for the color. Yeah, they definitely some funny stuff. Have a good night, mister. Really? That's what happened? She got her own food truck down on HHI? Nice. Good. I hope she does well for herself, too. She deserves it. I didn't really get along with her all that much, but it doesn't mean I hated her either, you know? Like, I hope she does well for herself. I'm all about people investing in themselves. There you go. See what I mean? It's not a purple blue. It's just, actually, it is kind of more a gray blue. Yeah, well, that's because she acted like an entitled brat. And Frog, should I, yeah, she had a chip on her shoulder. You're not wrong. Should I tell him the story about what the one guy called you back in the day? Or do you not want that story told? Yeah, tell the story. So Frog, I've actually worked with him for a long time. He's one of the few employees, actually, now I'm thinking about it, I think you're the only person that was ever employed with Walgreens that's actually been to my house to chill. And I come in one day and Frog's like kind of pissed off. And I'm like, what's the matter, dude? Because he was management as well, and he was day shift. And he's like, oh, I got in a fight with a customer. Like, oh, really? Because it's not so much that I got in a fight with a customer, it's just what they said to me. So, what did they say? He goes, he looked at me and called me a fat headed fuck. I'm like, a fat headed fuck? And he's like, a fat headed fuck. It was just fucking hysterical. Because Frog is, I'm going to say 6'3". He's a big dude. He actually went on to a much better career than Walgreens, too, thank God. But yeah, it was hysterical. You fat-headed fuck. So for the next like month and a half, I was walking around just calling him a fat-headed fuck every time I saw him. Hey, did you stock those shelves, you fat-headed fuck? Did you get this reset done, you fat-headed fuck? Oh, it was good times. Like I said, when you work retail, you got to keep yourself entertained, because I think it's Randall from Clerks said it best. This job would be great if it wasn't for all the fucking customers. Like, some customers were super nice, but then you had others that just made you want to kind of shoot yourself in the dick. Well, if you have a dick. I'm thinking mixing these two might actually fix this color issue. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I wish Kevin Smith hadn't gone all wackadoodle. If he hadn't gone so nuts after having that heart attack, I think his shit would have been better. This looks like a half step. All right. Oh, and Danny sent an audio. Let's see what Danny had to say. Let's see what you had to say, sir.
Yeah, Gam, I just wanted to talk about the three exceptions we were talking about before, like, in regards to abortion. That you always hear people bring up in the debates about abortion, about the life of the mother, incest, and rape. Um, so when it comes to the first one, like the life of the mother, isn't that quite rare? Where the mother's life is in jeopardy, is in danger, so they have to abort the child. Isn't that extremely rare? And in some cases, don't they usually resort to like a C-section, a cesarean? Because don't they say that's a generally safer way to deliver the baby? But if the mother's life was truly in danger and she 100% she was going to die if she delivered the baby, then I probably would say, the abortion maybe would be the best choice in that scenario. And when it comes to incest, I also would agree. So I guess in order to prove it was incest, I guess they would have to go in and get that checked out to make sure that that the person who obviously the child is related to them, and because that could lead to issues with the child, right? With deformities and stuff like that. Because we have an issue over here with the Pakistani and Bangladeshi community, because they marry their cousins and they've been in it for generations, and their kids are quite deformed, have serious health conditions, and they're a big burden on the NHS over here, because their children have to get constant treatment because they have serious health conditions from the inbreeding and the incest. So I would say the abortion in that case would be justified. And when it comes to the last one, rape, I'm split on that one, because at the same time, she's gone through a traumatic experience, and you're expecting her to deliver that child, but at the same time, one evil action, and then you're going to do another evil action with killing the child. We should take an evil action and then make good out of that. But it's tough because we're not the ones being raped and delivering the child, so that's a tricky situation. And again, how would they prove that? How would they prove it was raped? Would they go to the clinic and all they got to do is say, "I was raped, so abort my baby, please"? So there'd have to be a whole. How would we get to the bottom of that one?
So, legitimately, most times you will know immediately if somebody was raped because there's a police report, for one. Like, most people don't go quietly about that. And if they do because they're ashamed or whatever, if they find out they are in fact pregnant, then they usually report it. And I'm not saying every case, but in a good chunk of them, I'm sure that's the way that shit plays out. As far as incest goes, there's a reason why that happens, why there's so many mutations and all that, because you don't have enough genetic diversity between the two players on that field. So that's also an exception. And in Life of the Mother happens more often than you would think. But that's usually the doctors that are attending her determine that. The doctors aren't going to lie and say, hey, blah, 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 blah. They're not going to go along with that. They are legitimately like, this is what's happening and you're going to die just carrying the baby. Like, could be malnutrition, could be a bunch of different factors to it. But that's also why they're called rare exceptions. They're not called common exceptions. They're called rare exceptions because it doesn't happen on a consistent basis. Most abortions are oops. And do you remember what we would say when we heard the sirens outside Okatee store? Didn't we used to say, oh, they must be headed to the Sun City? Yeah, it's so that's just it. Like, if you go back, what's fucked up is this when it comes to politics is that both sides keep. I always say it. They're horns on the same goat. They switch back and forth. One side's against censorship. That same side's then for censorship. Stuff like this. Like right now, it just happens to be that the Republicans are more against censorship. But there was a point in time when they weren't. They were the party of censorship. It's like, you know how everybody's talking about this Project 2025 shit? I haven't read through it. I've seen some of the bullet points from it. And they actually mentioned this shit in a Green Day song, but back when you had these super conservative people, Christian conservatives is really what they called them. They were super Christian conservative and they used to call them the moral majority. And that's basically what Project 2025 is a plan that resembles the moral majority. So I want to say, I want to be it's minority is the name of the Green Day song, but they saying, I want to be the minority, down with the moral majority. That's what they're singing about. It's basically like those people were all espousing shit like Project 2025 at one point. But oh yeah, house for sale. Well, what do you mean? Is that all she needs is a police report? That's pretty good empirical evidence. People don't. I'll tell you what, I'll bet you 5-1 when it comes to cases of grape. There's a lot more men that might get graped that wouldn't report it than a woman would. Now, that might have been different at a back in a different point in time, but nowadays the people that are lying about that end up going to jail for it. So I don't see it. I don't see them using that as an excuse because somebody's going to fucking jail. Well, of course. You know why? You know why that mayor probably and he endorsed Trump? Because Trump is pro deporting illegal immigrants. You I don't see like it's different in the UK than it is in the US. They're not sending the people. Look what they did when they sent a busload of fucking illegal immigrants from Florida up to Martha's Vineyard. They lasted 48 hours before they got them the fuck out. Rich people aren't affected by it. Poor people are. So the poorer the town is, or a small town in Michigan, Michigan is not exactly like the epicenter of wealth anymore. Maybe when it back in the day when all the car factories and all the manufacturing was happening there, it was. But now it's already crime infested. So if you start stacking shit on there, it doesn't really matter about their religious background. It's more a class war than it is a religion war at this point. Yeah, you can't break everything down into religion. That's just one aspect of things. And over here, it's not. Or in the UK, it's a much bigger deal than it is in the US. Over here, it's more about your class, like how much money you're making. If you're middle class and they're going to raise your taxes on you, you can't afford to live. Food costs more, gas costs more. All shit, all my insurance rates went up. And I'm like, what the fuck? I got a clean record. I don't fuck around. I don't even really drive anymore. Like what the hell is this? Why is my insurance going up? And when you call them up and you press them on it, they'll tell you, "Oh, it's because of the current administration." Like, what? It's because they got taxed heavier. So now they're passing that tax on to the consumer. It's just bullshit. And, I've said this before in many streams. I don't think Trump's the answer for everything. I just think he just happens to have the better policies this go around. Like, I think that if we, as Americans, and this isn't, it'll affect the UK minorly, but as Americans, we have a choice between a douchebag and a shit sandwich. And this time the douchebag's winning out. And the only reason why is because he has solid policies. And it's like, I don't want to go through 4 more years of what we've been going through. And if everybody comes out and says, well, everything's in recovery, look at all this, the price of gas and all that. Dude, why didn't they do that shit 2.5 years ago? Why didn't they do that shit 3 years ago? Like, why did it have to get so bad for them to, and the reason why is because they want to retain power. Like, when you eliminate everything else, it isn't because they want to help America, it's because they want to help themselves. And it's the only way to do it. Like, I have, I don't endorse people. I endorse their ideas and their policies. And right now, the shit that's being laid out, there's a reason why you have people like RFK Jr., for example, coming in and lifelong Democrat. Shit. Kennedy, the name Kennedy in the Democratic Party, a good chunk of time has been synonymous. You can't separate one from the other. And yet he's backing the Republican candidate. Why? Because he knows it's bullshit. I don't think he's like going for revenge. You got Elon Musk. Musk isn't a dummy. He's been a lifetime Democrat. But he's looking at it and going, yeah, this shit ain't going to fly. So it's, at this point, I'm going to say this, and I'm probably going to be wrong as fuck, but all the polls are coming out saying that it's an even race or, oh, it's going to be a real tight. I think they're just telling you that shit. I don't think that's the way this is going to play out at all. I think we're going to see a blowout. And that's what I hope happens. Now, if it happens or not, we'll see. But I really do think that shit is going to happen this time out. I don't care about. Now I had to turn and look because 6 is talking. Michigan is weird. I live in the state. There are Trump signs across the street from me a lot. Nobody tore them down. Nothing crazy happened. I live in a pretty normal neighborhood, I suppose. You saw Kamala signs and tiny pride flags for sale at the pub we went to. Yeah, I just know Michigan was a enormous hub, a beautiful city at one point, had a crime problem, but that problem blew up exponentially when all the car manufacturing moved to either overseas, Mexico, what have you. Changed everything, changed the game. And then it became a ghetto and dangerous as fuck. If you watch old 70s movies, they're like worse than Detroit, worse than Detroit. But yeah, Philadelphia is another one where, like the fentanyl crisis, I've had my buddy send me a video like, yo, you're not going to believe this shit. Check out Kensington. And like, it's bad. It's real fucking bad. Like, scary bad. It's like watching The Walking Dead. Like, people just fumbling around and falling down and stuff. Crackheads. Well, not even crackheads, fentanyl heads. Shit's bad. Good stuff, bad stuff, you know? I think I got that color nailed out damn near perfect right. Maybe a little too blue, but it doesn't look that blue not on camera. So that's the other thing. The culture's changed that much, Six, where it's like, up 7 o'clock. Danny's used to 12 o'clock time for tea. It turned into 7 o'clock. Everybody kneel and face the sun. Yeah, we're gonna candy shell the shit out of this thing. And this is one of the 3D models I learned to do, or I did before I had the ability to hollow the model out. It weighs probably about 2 pounds. I'm not gonna lie. It's just solid. Like it's ridiculously a solid one. Solid piece. Yeah, see, like I feel you, Danny. Now I understand why you're so upset because your culture is slowly being demolished. I get it. God damn. I don't know what it is. Ever since I cleaned this gun, this shit is spraying like it should. Definitely shiny. Sprays little ass. Frog, you still in the chat? If you are, let me know. When you were at Okatee, did you ever meet Tom Berenger too? He was actually really cool. I don't know if you ever got to meet him. All right, let his little butt dry. Damn, that actually came out pretty. There it is. Yes, the actor Devin. He lives down near where me and Frog are. And he used to come into the Walgreens all the time. And he always wore his MAGA hat. But we're going back to 2015, 2016, I'm going to say. He frequents the one bar. Matter of fact, one of our pharmacists used to go drinking with him here and there. Yeah. Well, it would be funny because he would be standing in line to get rung up. And he didn't like, I got to say, like, you would expect, like, oh, well, he's a celebrity, so he's going to be this way, that way, or the other way. Very unassuming. Very, hey, how you doing? Very just down to earth and chill. But one guy standing in line, and we all know, like at the store level, people ringing and all that. We knew who he was, and we don't. You just treat them like they're another customer. You don't go freaking out over them and oh my god, you're talking and all that kind of shit. They'll stop coming into your store. And I'll be honest with you, I think it was my store manager was actually pretty cool with him. So I think it was actually his doing. But he used to come in all the time with his MAGA hat. And one time he's standing in line. Dude behind him's like, yo, man, you look familiar to me. Like, I was like, oh shit, here we go. And he's like, yeah, I seen you in something. I don't know what. And he's like, I don't know. What have you seen me in? And he's just like, man, I swear to God, I know you from somewhere. So Tom Berenger gets rung up. Like, have a good night, sir. He's like, hey, have a good night, bro. And goes walking out. And as soon as he clears the door, he's in his. I see him get on his bike. He was on his motorcycle. I think he was on his motorcycle. Pretty sure it was his. Like a motorcycle. But anyway, I watch him leave, and then I'm like, the guy's still going, man. Anybody in here know who the fuck that was? I was like, that was Tom Berenger. He's like, Tom Berenger. That name sounds familiar. I'm like, and then everybody starts going, Major League, Sniper, Platoon. And he's like, oh my God. And he goes running out in the parking lot, comes back, and he's, man, he left. I wanted his autograph. I'm like, yeah, that's why we didn't fucking tell you. All right, Danny, I'll check it in a minute. I have to go to the loo. I have to go relieve myself. I'll be right back. I was just thinking about this while I was taking a leak and walking there. They do call it a loo over in the UK, right? So to skip to the loo, my darling, is that about having a quickie in the bathroom then? You guys think about that one. All right, let's see what Danny's audio is.
Yeah, just a little question for you lot. Who do you think's like more of a threat to the US and its citizens? You know, the Mexican cartel or Putin? Because obviously the Mexican cartel, they have a big they have a big role in transporting, you know, obviously immigrants illegally, drug trafficking, gun trafficking, sex trafficking. I mean, you name the kind of trafficking. I mean, they're trafficking it into the US, right? Which is pretty much destroying the US. So, and then obviously, but the government would say, you know, because they're funding Ukraine pretty much in a proxy war against Putin, right? Because they're saying he's evil and he wants to, you know, we know the whole story, we know the story. But what would you guys say is, you know, like worth investing your money into actually, you know, fighting? Because I would say, you know, shouldn't you guys, or, you know, shouldn't the military, you know, work towards actually like destroying the cartel in Mexico and actually freeing the people from the cartel's fucking rage and destruction that they cause in their own citizens as well? And that way, maybe people from Mexico and wouldn't want to flee. They would actually have a nice home to live in, and maybe they wouldn't want to flee legally into the US and maybe get away from the cartel and, you know, things like that.
All right. So, question is a good one. It's a difficult one. And the reason why it is a difficult one, well, it's not really a difficult one, but you're talking about two different scales. So, on one side of it, you're. Oh, did I lose my damn chat? What the hell did I just do? There it goes. So, on one side of it, right, what you're looking at is somebody who has nuclear missiles and global power. So, is he a threat, direct threat to the US? In a way, kind of. China is a bigger threat to us than Russia is at this point, and that all comes down to the economies. Russia's a threat because they have so many damn nukes, and they're basically a gas station with nukes, is what it is. But it's also because Putin is an effective leader. He actually he can turn it on in a minute. He's a cult of personality. He could turn it on in a minute with his own people, get them on the same page. In some cases, other cases he fails. So the Mexican cartels, it's a lot different because you're dealing with organized crime, basically. The big problem with the cartels is this. So it's not even just the cartels, they're just a criminal element. The governments in different places are actually the bigger problem because they're the ones that oppress their people in certain cases. And they do shit like, you know, Trump always says, they're sending all the criminals, all the mental patients, and all that. That's because they actually do shit like that. They send them up to the border. They throw them the fuck out of the country. You come back here. We're going to finish you off. Go somewhere else. And then their best shot is to come to America. The cartel is more like just organized crime. China is the drug problem has always been in America, but it was basically weed and cocaine. Cocaine would come in from Colombia, other South American countries, and that was an issue. It wasn't really an issue until it turned into crack cocaine. That's when it became a major issue. The bigger two that really wreck Americans internally are fentanyl and heroin, in my opinion. The fentanyl, the chemicals are sent to South America from China. The whatchamacallit, the big thing now for like poor white people is methamphetamine, and that can be just made with natural chemical that we already have in the United States. But fentanyl has to be imported, and heroin for the most part has to be imported, or at least some of it had to be imported to South America to grow to travel through. So you're talking about basically guys that are just cashing in that are organized criminals. Investing in the Ukraine war isn't so much about we want to prop up the Ukrainian government and all this because they're swell people and all that. What that's really about for America is us taking Russian troops, Russian arms, everything else, and just their military power and starting to diminish it without wasting our own people on it. So instead of us sending in troops and fighting a head up war with Russia, we send in the Ukrainian troops and just here you go, here's money, but we're not willing to sacrifice ourselves. If that makes sense, because then we're basically weakening our troop supply, our ammo supply, our arms supply. And if it's balanced out right, that's where you get guys like Lindsey Graham or the older school Republicans want that war to happen to diminish Russia's military might because they see it as a good thing. Where, like going into China, we can't fight that war with China. We've got to fight China on a different front. I don't agree with it. I think that Ukraine, all we've done is basically watch a nation get itself gutted over all this time. What really should have happened to begin with was a peace talk before anything even escalated, before billions were sent. It should have been our president sitting down from Zelensky and Putin in the middle of it and saying, okay, guys, fucking let's solve this. And because our president didn't do that and instead he stood up on a stage in front of the world and said, well, if Russia does a minor incursion in Ukraine, we wouldn't do anything about it. You kind of encouraged it in a way. So it's really our fault. To be honest with you, that shit is our fault. The South American governments is also kind of our fault because we send them billions of dollars. Billions. And then on top of it, we open our borders and say, go ahead, send your shittiest citizens, send them to us, and we'll just take them in and give them $5,000 a month in fucking food stamps. Like shit like this. It all comes down to our president did this shit. Plus, they fuck around in the other southern governments, like our government does, through the CIA and other bullshit like this. And we encourage like some of the worst people to take power down there. And it's like we want to intervene and fuck things up. And then we don't want to intervene and fuck things up. It's backwards. Like they need to just set up some kind of protocol. I think Trump has it half right. I also think that he'll get smarter people than him when it comes to dealing with that shit too. But that's just me. And yeah, you're right, Devin. He totally like it was fucked up when he said, I was like, what are you fucking saying, dude? Like what just came out of your face portal? Why would you say this? Like you just basically greenlit them like, well, if you invade them, like it'll be fine. Like what? If it's a small incursion, what's a small incursion? That's like saying, hey, if you just come over to America and just take out Rhode Island, that'll be fine. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. What's wrong with you, you old kook? There's a reason why he didn't move an inch. Right? There's a reason why Putin didn't go in and invade when Trump was in office, because Trump told him some crazy shit. But the thing is, you don't know if Trump's bullshitting you or he's telling you the truth. And because of that, like he told him, he said it would be a damn shame to see all those golden domes go up in flames. Like basically he semi-threatened to nuke Russia, Moscow particularly, if they fucking went into Ukraine while he was president. And because I saw this interview and they asked him, they said, do you think he believed you? He said he might have believed me 5-10%, but it was enough to stop him. So now what happens? Let's say he takes office. Let's say he sits down with both of them. Both of them won't back the fuck down. He's going to have a really hard choice and a real tough decision to make on what he's going to do. Because I'll tell you what, we don't want to go in and go toe-to-toe with Russia at this point. Because then we are going to weaken ourselves. We're going to open ourselves up, and then maybe we don't get hit, but maybe China goes and takes Taiwan. Then what? We're going to go fight that war too? America's the only country to fight a war on two fronts and win. But I'll tell you what, the odds are not in our fucking favor for that shit to happen again. The best bet, just no war. Just stop the war. I'm not saying that we pull back to a point where we're not involved in anything on a world stage, but we need to be removed from it. We need to stop doing shit like regime changes in other countries. Like if we take out this guy, well, the next guy's fucking worse. You know, there's no guarantee on what you're going to get. You're basically spinning a roulette wheel and putting all your money on a number instead of just, black or red. At least it's 50-50 then. No, we're going to bet on 20 black. Bam. And then, oh, nope, that wasn't the right one. Okay, let's roll it again. Fuck that. Eventually, somebody is going to get super pissed off. Somebody is going to get super extreme. Right now, Iran is terrified that Trump wins the election. I'll tell you that much. Because Joe Biden unleashed all their billions of dollars back to them. Oh, well, he didn't give them like $1 billion. Well, no shit, dipshit. What he did do was he said, here you go. We're going to let you have basically this money back. And now you can take this other money that you had put aside for this to just keep your country alive and use it on weapons for terror. It's fucking bad. All around, it's bad. Our foreign policy the past 4 years has been fucked. Yes, NATO did force Putin's hand because they keep pushing and pushing and pushing that line. And eventually he's going to get pissed. Does that mean that he should go in and invade a sovereign country? No, it doesn't. Now, if they were like, yeah, we're making Ukraine part of NATO, okay, I could have seen him just immediately going right for the throat and blowing him out. But I'm telling you now, Putin's not a dumbass either. He's not sending the full force after Ukraine. He's hitting them here and there willy-nilly. And he's doing it just to keep the conflict going. Because he knows it's a war of attrition. Are you going to run out of Ukraine troops or are you going to run out of Russian troops first? Well, the Russian troops are not going to run out. They're going to just keep coming in small waves, small numbers. You just chip away at them. Ukraine doesn't have all that. They did, but I'm trying to think how to... All right, a guy's talking shit, right, at a bar. You punch him in the mouth. He falls down. You know you blasted him a good one. He knows you blasted him a good one. Yet he still gets off the ground and talks shit. So your next shot, you hit him even harder and knock him the fuck down even harder. He gets back up and talks more shit. So what do? You hit him even fucking harder. And eventually you knock them the fuck out. And that's kind of Ukraine with Russia right now. They get punched in the fucking mouth, eat it, shut your fucking mouth, and take your loss. Take your ass whooping and move on. Come back another day. Instead, they keep running their fucking mouth. We can win this war. We can. No, you can't. You've lost, you fucking asshole. Your average fighter is now 65 years old because you've killed off your next generation. What are you fucking thinking? Come to a peace table. You should have gone for peace years ago. Instead, you come to the US and beg for money and ammunition and all that. No, you've lost. You lost. Like, it's fucking sad. The whole fucking situation should never have happened. And if it was going to happen, it should have been fucking resolved diplomatically not long after it started. Like, I don't want to see millions of people. I'm not willing to sacrifice my son on the battlefield to any of these fucking idiots. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'll go in his stead. What the fuck? Oh, there it is. Like, looking around, I'm like, where the fuck's my mouse? You guys are looking at it on camera. Yeah, it's not just all those lives and everything else. Like, okay, fine. It's not our soldiers dying. It's not American lives being lost right now. But it is still a loss of life. And like the Middle East, that shit's been going on since before any of us were ever born. It's been going on probably since before. Shit, you can trace that back to the Crusades. That shit's been going on. Like, it's never going to end. Never going to end. What are we fucking doing? GAM, do you think what happened to the last Ukrainian president that Zelensky might be selected in by the powers that be? Yes. So that is one of the things that America did. We wanted Zelensky in there. We got the other one out. We definitely interfered in that election. I guarantee it. Because he was more controllable. That's the way and I'm going to use this word loosely, the establishment. Powers that be, however you want to frame it. But the people in our government that are like, hey, we need a friend on the ground. And here he is. Like, it's a good chunk our fault. And I'll tell you what, all of a sudden, where we're all about fighting for democracy, right? Fighting for democracy. Their election cycle came up in Ukraine. But why didn't they have an election? Because there's a war on. So therefore, Zelensky gets to stay in power magically. That's not democracy. That's not how that shit works. It's like blowing smoke up my ass and telling me I smell brisket cooking. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. There is a reason why they don't show Putin talking to Western media. Because it would humanize him. It's the same reason why they don't show a lot of Trump's content in America unless they're using it to fucking rail against them. Because if the establishment does not like you, or they're supposed to be the enemy, that's just it. Let's say we get in a hot war with Russia. Do you want to look at Putin or any other Russian citizen like, hey, they're just a person like me? You don't. You dehumanize the other side. That's the key. Because I can't remember what war it was, and I can't remember the exact statistic, but I know that they found that most of the soldiers that were shooting weren't actually shooting at the enemy. They were shooting over their heads. And the reason why is because they were humanized to them. They did an episode of Black Mirror once where they did this shit, where they put a chip basically in all the soldiers' heads. So the soldiers, all they saw was monsters. And this one soldier, his chip like shorts out or whatever. And he sees them as humans. And he's like, what the fuck are we doing? We're killing people here. And they had to go and put the chip in his head and brainwash him again at the end of the episode. But that's just it. When you humanize people, like when you just see other people as people and not as an enemy or some kind of monster or some kind of evil, You're not intending to kill it 90% of the time. It takes a special kind of person, almost a psychopath, if not a psychopath, to go and want to take out somebody that is human. It doesn't compute in your brain. You'll be sick about it. Why do you think our vets come back with such bad PTSD? Not just because of what happens to their friends, but because of shit they have to do on the battlefield. And God bless every one of them, and those are the people we should be helping the most. But yeah, you can't humanize people like that. That's just it. You turn people into things, then things can be thrown away and replaced. You turn somebody from, hey, well, they're an asshole, but they're not full on evil. They can be reasoned with, to they're the worst thing ever and they're the Antichrist. Who wouldn't take a shot at the Antichrist? It's terrible. Some of the discord in our foreign policy and here is ridiculous. My other thing is the people that, everybody's like, oh, well, they're our friend. No, they're not. They're out for their own nation. That's fine. I get it. You should be all about your own nation. But if you think you're going to take mine from me, I'm putting my foot dead in your ass. Like you lost your fucking mind. But I don't think we should ever sacrifice our shit unless it's something like, okay, you have somebody who's bent on world domination and they're actually implementing their plan and their plan is working well. Okay, I can see the intervention there. Makes sense. I don't think Putin's bent on world domination. I think he sees the polls, because that's the big thing. Well, they'll take Poland next. I don't think so. I think he sees the Poles as already Russian. If not, he sees them as brothers. Ukraine was part of Russia. He wants to rebuild the good old Soviet Union. That makes sense to me. He wants the glory back. And he wants to be the one to do it, so this way history writes him down as the one who rebuilt the Soviet Union. But the worst part is this. Think of the poor Russian people. You think they're evil? They're just people. Same thing for the Ukrainians. They're just fucking people. It's their governments. That's why I think if Zelensky wants to run his mouth about all this, he should be the motherfucker on the front lines. I'll ask everybody in the chat this question. General Washington, fighting a Revolutionary War. Didn't even want to be the fucking first president, but was. Right? Didn't want it. But where was he? Was he hiding behind everything and all that? Or was he actually leading the fucking fight? That's why they made him the fucking president. That's why they wanted him the president. Why? Because he was willing to go out there and stand with all his men at the front of the line and fight. And maybe he would be in the back of the line and they'd force him back for strategy. But when it came to oh God, somebody help me here. Where he crossed the Delaware, where the fuck did he land? And I should know this because it's somewhere near Philly. All right, dude, do not for not for 1 second. If you're talking about Putin helping Trump with deep state and shit, don't buy that for a fucking second. He wants to see America fall just as bad as anybody else. You don't get to be number one without taking out number one. That's just law of the fucking jungle. It's the same thing. There's a reason why he backs Iran. Why? Because they hate Israel. Why? Because they're controllable. Yes, and that's just it. He was. I think you're right. I think he was Virginia, and I think they did want him to unite the colonies, but he was also. He didn't want to be president for a reason. I wouldn't want to be if you said to me, "Hey, Gam, you can be president for a week," I'd tell you to go fuck your mother. Because there's no way in hell I ever want to have that kind of power. I can sit here and just be an asshole in a room painting and talking shit on the internet. Maybe some of my solutions would work in practice. Maybe some of them wouldn't. But I don't want to be the one to send people to die. I don't want to be the one to, and not for fear of fucking up, but I wouldn't want that. I would try to end every fucking war, and I know that's impossible. Wait, what official statement? Russia's statement on the 2024 election? Is that what you're talking about, Beans? I know this much. Whatever happens, nobody's going to be happy. I know whichever side wins is going to say the other side lost. I know this is probably going to get ugly over here for a little while. How funny Hancock was on the dollar bill. I don't know. It's like having Ben Franklin on 100. Why is Ben Franklin on 100 if he was never president? Why? Because he was important. But he didn't want to be president either. He didn't want all that bullshit. Okay, cool. So it was an official statement from the Kremlin. Yeah, but that's also Putin being a smartass too, in my opinion. Completely just being a smartass. Because if Donald Trump wins, if he wins, they're going to say there was Russian collusion and shit. If Kamala Harris wins, it's going to be they fixed the vote with illegals. Either way, any which way you slice it, we're in for a major shit show. And nobody's going to accept what the results are. Nobody can stand her. Did you? I don't know. I mean, I hate jumping on Kamala like this because hey, whatever. You know, I try to be pretty politically neutral, even though I see policy better from one than the other, and I'm just real with it. You know, I watched that interview she did with Oprah, and Oprah was looking at her like, "Get me the fuck out of here." Like, yeah, so they asked you how you were going to make the economy better, and you went on this diatribe about hopes and dreams. Like, yeah, you don't even you're not even saying anything that resembles a sentence here, lady. Like, somebody get me the fuck out of here. I can't believe I endorsed this. That was the look on Oprah's face, in my opinion. So, I'm going to murder my dog. I'll be right back. I got to walk him real quick. Everybody hang tight. Damn, I wish there was some kind of like interlude music I could play when the dog's got to go out. What a good animal. Yeah, well, Harriet Tubman was a historical figure. She definitely was very important. I can see her being on a $20 bill. That's fine. I don't give a shit really who's on any kind of money anymore. As long as they're an American or, what have you on our currency. And the reason why is because how often do you actually carry cash on you? Frog, thank you for jumping in, brother. One of these days, maybe we'll have to get together and shoot a couple yards on the pool table in the back, or come over and we'll play some two-player arcade or something. Thank you again, brother. I do appreciate you dropping in. Jesus Christ, I started this stream half an hour early. I didn't even realize what time it is. All right. Here comes the fun part. He was also a scientist. Because you always gotta trust the science. Trust the science. All right. White it is. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Oh, by the way, forgot to say this. Thank you for America again, Danny. If your ancestors weren't such weaklings, we wouldn't have our country. So thank you again. Is the NFL back on? Holy shit. Tells you how much I keep up on sports. I'm not a sports nerd. I'm just a regular nerd. Nerd! Oh, God. Yeah, I've never been, can't say never. When I was younger, I liked sports quite a bit. As I've gotten older, not so much. Oh my God. The pain part is coming. I gotta figure out how I'm gonna do this shit. His little feetsies have gotta be yellow. But I gotta get that white. And I gotta get it just at the right angle. If this was flat paper, I would know exactly where to go. But being that it's a 3D model, pain in the fucking ass. So I'll just be lazy and paint the hat for a minute while I contemplate life and the idea of getting straight lines in with a shaky ass hand. By the way, I do appreciate you guys watching me damn near every time I stream. Wasn't just saying that to Frog to be nice. He's a good dude. Like all you guys. I know Six is somewhere out there just chilling like a villain. And then good old Danny's going to sleep too. No, thank you for tuning in, Danny. I do appreciate the hell out of you for staying up this late to watch. It's got to be like 5, 6 in the morning over there. It's going to go quiet in here soon. It's just Six and Beans, I think, chilling. Somebody else lurking in the background. Got one lurker, I think, and that's fine. Appreciate you watching. Oh, I knew that was going to happen. Blowing out that hat rim a little bit. Well, the British Empire was strong. Hell, China was decimated at one point. It was like gonna fail. I think it was it Bill Clinton who revived them? I can't remember. But I know they were like in bad straits for a while. Japan almost bought up a good chunk of America at one point in the 80s. Thanks, Beans. I hope it does. I don't know, though. Really help if the 3D print hadn't snapped off in different places along this hat rim where it was nice and round. I knew the blue part was going to come out nice, but now I'm kind of wrecking it with my shaky hand painting. And I'll have to go back and touch it up. But I'm not going to do that right away because I've got to get the whole damn hat solid white before I do. No, you're fine. What were you putting in the application for? Were you applying for a job or were you going back to school? Oh, cool. You going to teach language or what subject? This is going to be interesting, to say the least. Art in German, that's good. Let me see. Where's that hitting on him? Yeah, so it's right about his first indent here. So I am about right with that line I'm trying to pull out. What a pain in my ass this is. Oh God, that's just messy. I'm almost half tempted to tape him and then spray him. But I'll try this route first, and if it looks like shit, then I'll go and tape him and give him the candy coat. Dear Lord, we talk about everything on this damn show, don't we? Telling stories about shit in our pants and wars and election cycles, religion. Danny's super excited about religion for some reason. That's always scary. But he's excited about it, and I'm happy to talk to him about it. Yeah, it's the one thing with doing this. Hopefully it puts a little bit of good out in the world. Hopefully somebody who doesn't normally listens to it and says, hey, like, kind of changed my mind on something. Or made me see it in a different light for a minute. Hmm. Actually, that lines up pretty good. Pretty close. Probably as close as I'll get it. Try and get a second coat on here real fast. See if we can't just thicken it up before I go back to the hat. Should be dry now. Excited? Yeah. Well, I mean, when you're learning something new, and it doesn't just go for that, it goes for anything. When you're first learning something, you do get excited. Like, I don't care what it is, it could be a video game. You get to a certain point where you couldn't do shit like Dark Souls. You're fighting some boss that's, oh my good God, oh dear Lord, I can't beat this thing. And then you try 150 times and you get a little closer, maybe at the 148th time. And then all of a sudden you beat it and you feel like you just beat the world. Like you get very excited about it. Anytime it's something new, something to get excited about, something new and different. Is this the part of the show where I'm supposed to do my Nigerian impression and tell you not to get scammed by people in the chat? I always miss what the cue is for that. That's not it. Well, that's what I meant by excited. He's learning. Like that's the whole thing. He's starting to study it and learn it. It's one of them damn things where I got to remember just how old I am and how much shit I've heard over the years and what it's like for somebody who's hearing that shit for the first time or reading it for the first time. And I've never been a true believer. So if you're becoming a true believer, you're going to get very, very excited every time. Oh, God, I thought this part was difficult. I just realized I've got to paint a red ring around this damn hat. That's going to be unequivocally painful. Oh, so you've gotten to the same point I am. See, that's just it. If you're not watching the videos and all you watch is the live, all that shit seems like new and refreshing. Right? But if you watch the videos, and then what's even worse is, I think I've mentioned this guy before, but Black Anomaly Rising. He's like an up and comer, a younger dude. He's in I want to say he's like in some part of Georgia. Pretty sure it's Georgia. But he beats ABL to the punch half the time on some of the stories he's talking about with full videos and all this kind of shit. And it's like you're watching it and you're just like, then 2 hours later, ABL will come out with something. It's like, yeah, I've already heard all this information, but I do want to hear ABL's take on it. Let's listen. And then it's like he had almost the same goddamn take. Why am I watching? I'm just basically putting myself in an echo chamber at that point. But yeah. Yeah, I know. And I mean, like I said, I'm not going to knock ABL ever. I think it's impressive what he's built and all that. What I'm a little disappointed with him is, how come you didn't fucking call YouTube yet and say, I've hit 1 million subscribers for months now. Where the fuck is my play button, you jerk offs? Yeah. Well, so that's part of my problem with Donald Trump, Beans, is that Trump is very repetitive. Like, he went on Gutfeld, and I was like, oh, okay, he's going to do some like funny shit or whatever. And it was legit just the same talking points. You might as well have been watching a Trump rally. And then I realized, like, oh, okay, because he feels like he's talking to a different audience, but he's not talking to a different audience. These people are all Fox News watchers, so therefore they're watching for Trump. And if you've seen one of his rallies, you've pretty much seen almost all of them unless he's getting shot at. He says the same things all the time. Yeah, and a lot of his answers are the same. And I mean, hey, at least he's consistent. At least he's not telling me about, you know, some shit I don't care about. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, and I appreciate you guys watching too. Um, and that's just it. I think I had said this on the first live. I want you guys, like, I don't come in here with talking points. Like, I'll come in and say, I just heard this, I just heard that, or whatever on the news. And that's like the first like 5-10 minutes. And then we just go from there. Everybody just chimes in, throws whatever is on their mind, and then we just bullshit about it and talk about it. I want it to kind of be chaotic in a way like that. I want it to be free flowing and all that stuff. I'm really not doing myself any service by having a format because in my mind, it if I'm not able to speak on anything at any given time, or maybe you guys will come up with something and say, like, you start telling me about stuff that you've witnessed over in Bosnia when you were younger or something like this, right? I have no idea about it. So it's something fresh and new to me. But if you bring up something like religion or, like this, that, or a third that's American that I've known, like, say, we could go into a whole diatribe about Nintendo games right now, right? And I should be able to speak off the top of my head about it and be, I'd say, at least 80% factual in everything I'm telling you. That to me is more impressive than here's this subject. I watched a video on it and now I'm going to regurgitate what the talking points are or what I said in the video an hour ago. I should be able to kick stuff out. I should be able to just knock it out of the park. Or, like say, this is how I feel because I'm authentic. I'm not cookie cutter. You know what I mean? I watched some of these people just, you throw a subject at them and they go dar. And it always makes me laugh because I'm like, you're the one with 50,000 fucking people watching. How are you not on the ball? How are you not expecting somebody to say this or that or the other thing? Like, how have you not thought this through? I'm just, like I said, I'm just an asshole who sits in a room painting things and talking shit on the internet. Cool. Looks like I am going to the movies tomorrow. I do think it's funny that I started this shit real early so I could do easy ones. I knocked one out in like half an hour and now it's like, but then talking shit and everything else, now I'm at like 12:30. Like, what the fuck? Yes, I agree. I think that's 100% correct too. Danny's watching his country fall to an ideology that he was not raised in, has no understanding. Well, but he's understanding it from a point of view of somebody who that isn't what their nation represents. It's not what the norm is for him. And for him, it's it's off-putting and it makes you angry because you realize, unfortunately, he's realizing how little control he actually has over government and the politics and everything that's going on in his country. So he's got to figure a way to fight back, and that's why I'm happy to hear his voice, hear him be mad about it and everything else. I understand. I get it. I guess I can say I have the fortune of being in a place where that's not happening to us, where that's not happening in my country. It is, but in a different way. And like I said, ours is more class based, where his is more religious based. So I don't fault him. And, like as he gets older, who knows? But then again, maybe some tragedy. Like there's a reason why people get angry about something. There's a reason why racism exists and all that kind of shit. Maybe something happened with somebody at some point in time that stuck with them and was so traumatic that they can't get it out of their head. And it's a shame. It really is a shame. And can it be fixed? Maybe over time, but maybe not too. Could get worse. I just don't want. My big fear is that with a person like Danny, who's younger, it's not like, spring chicken, like 12-year-old kid or something. He's an adult. But I don't want him getting to a point where it becomes hatred. That's where things go bad. Then you start doing shit that you never thought you'd find yourself doing for a reason that you think is correct and proper, but isn't. I don't want to see anybody hate. You can hate stupid shit, but you hating a part of your society for something that they may have little control of, or they're allowed to do it. It's like hating a kid because he can eat all the chocolate chip cookies he wants and you're not allowed to. Well, then become the parent and set your own rules at that point. I definitely feel bad though, because this has been a long stream and I didn't mean for it to be. Losing different people along the way. And the shittiest part about people that grow into hate like that, you watch it happen and you can say whatever you want. It's not going to change the reality of it. People are going to feel how they're going to feel. It's funny because since I'm painting my wife's stuff, or well, her stuff, but painting stuff for my wife, she's like messaging me like, "Are you still streaming?" She's not allowed in the fucking room. Like, you're not allowed in here when I'm streaming. So, like, feel bad. She's like asking me questions, and then she's like, "Wait, are you still streaming?" Like, yep. Yes, I is. Do I want to go yellow or red next? Yeah, fuck it, I got yellow on my hand. Why not? Bloop. Not sure if I'm going to stick with this yellow or I'm going to a darker yellow. We shall see after the first brush stroke. Yep, I'm sticking with this yellow. She's already like in bed. She just has, she just wanted to ask me questions. I'll spend time with her tomorrow. I gotta say though, I do have an amazing wife. I'm lucky as hell. Definitely got lucky. Alright, let's paint them little toes. Yeah, it does. Yeah, that's what I was looking at. Once it goes on heavy dark, like I got to get that first coat on so I can paint over. But it should come out just like the bottom pick. I'm using the bottom pick more for a reference than the top. Only because the bottom one is more of the 3D design where the top is flat. So it's kind of rough. Did I just fuck that up? I did a little bit. Not bad. I still got some that I have to paint that are going to be painful to paint. Like, I am dreading doing the Freddy Krueger one. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Getting the burns just right on it and everything. It's the only part I got to be real careful with. Parts that are on the blue I'm not too worried about because I can just go over them. Parts where the white's hidden. Totally different story. Yeah, and that's just it. You're not wrong. I'm grateful every day I wake up. I should have been dead a long time ago. At one point, I should have drank myself to death. I've gotten I was given a second chance. One point in time, I hit complete rock bottom, climbed back up, and rose to the occasion, and never forgot it. Like even now, I live like it could all end tomorrow, because it can. It's the unfortunate part of living for a while and seeing a bunch of bullshit. You know that there's people that are no longer alive that should be, and people that are alive that shouldn't be. Yeah, I got that chance because I got lucky. I'm not going to lie. I got lucky. Recognized it when it happened and took it. But that's just it. You have to be willing to take those risks in life. Like hell, even me just putting out some of the shit I am while I'm streaming, I'm taking a risk. I really am. Because you never know. Could be used against me sometime. I doubt it. I honestly, probably not. Because I don't give a fuck. But There's a reason I keep family and friends and all that. I try and keep that shit from crossing streams. Like, I don't go into too serious a detail. I can go into a little detail. I can go into a lot of detail on my past life because it's a past life. Can't go into heavy detail on other things because it could risk shit, you know? Yes, our choices always dictate how shit plays out. And it also affects how it plays out for others too. So you have to be extra careful. Get this thing out of my way. Dip my hand in paint. Because it's not always just you that it can affect. That's why one thing I'm not understanding are these people trying to assassinate Donald Trump. I don't understand. Do they not see the backlash to their action? Like, what would happen if one of them actually succeeded? What do they think? Everybody that supports Trump is just going to throw up their hands in the air and walk the fuck away and be like, well, that was a movement? Or do they think they're all going to, do they not realize how angry they're going to be and how they're going to want vengeance? And like, not just a little bit, a lot. Yes, you're not wrong, Sick. If you don't recognize that and you know what? This is one of those things I love about Six. Six has probably watched The Office a billion times. I had never seen it till I got married, and it was my wife's favorite show. And she had it on all the time, and then I really ended up enjoying the hell out of it and loving it myself. But I had never watched an episode, and I've watched every episode probably about 2 dozen times at this point. But there's that one episode where I think it's Andy Bernard, or maybe it is Michael Scott, says that's the thing about the golden times. You don't realize you're in them till after they're over. I was fortunate enough to realize I'm in the golden time while I'm in it. And that's the real deal. Like, you have to look at everything as a whole and realize if you're happy in your life, everything's going well. Maybe you're striving for better, and there's nothing wrong with that. But enjoy what you have before it goes away, you know? Enjoy people that you're with or people that you really love in your life, because one day they're not going to be there. Or you're not going to be there. Like, and it's not an easy thing to say or do, is to say, like, this person, there's a chance this person could pass on, even though they're the same age as me, even though they're right beside me now. I might turn around and this is the last conversation I have. And I don't think enough people do that. I think they take for granted that the future is always going to be there, and it's like, but it's not. You got to seize the moment. Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, that's just it. That's why Six and I get along so well, is because when I said, tell me about the fucking golf shoes, Six immediately goes, how much do they pay you to fuck that bear? Like, it was like, okay, yes, 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 you understand. Yeah, The Office is like if you've never watched The Office, Beans, you need to watch The Office. Parks and Rec, I can take or leave. There is some funny shit in that show. Like Ron Swanson basically is he makes the entire show for me. I still think one of the funniest things he ever says is he goes, um, "Give a man a fish and he'll eat. Teach a man to fish." Or no, what does he say? Give a man a fish, he'll eat. Don't teach a man to fish. If you have to teach a man to fish, let him starve, because fishing's easy. Yeah, you need to if you've never watched The Office, you need to watch it. At first, like the first season is so, but then it gets better and better. It really does. You really get into the characters. The way they do the characters is hysterical. And you got some pretty famous people on there too. There's a little bit of romance to it. Um, People that you think are like, well, this person's an asshole, they actually redeem themselves later and stuff like that. I think my favorite episode, and it's not even the episode, it's just they do cold opens. There's one where the one guy sets up a fire drill, and it's just fucking hysterical how everybody in the office reacts when they think there's an actual fire. Yeah, I'm not giving any spoilers. The only thing I'll say is, and Six will probably die laughing on the other end of this machine here, when I say to him, "Save Bandit," on that episode is fucking ridiculously funny when it happens. Yeah, and Dwight Schrute is amazing. He's definitely one of those characters with the redemption arc. And they actually had so the whole thing with The Office is it started as a British sitcom and it only lasted one season. And Ricky Gervais played Michael Scott basically, and it didn't catch on really. But then America with Steve Carell playing him just went off. Yeah, exactly. Six. That shit is fucking great. Save Bandit. Damn, I can't believe you've never seen The Office. All right, give me a red. Apple red. Oh, an apple red. Yeah, apple red will work. Um, and then there's another show if you want like comedy. There was one that I actually got a kick out of called The Good Place. That show was all right. I didn't like the ending as much as I thought I was going to. That show was a lot of fun. Like when Big Bang Theory came out, I used to think that show was funny, and then if you delete the laugh track, it's really not. trying to cut this damn one line right around this hat is going to be a bitch. Yeah, I knew there was people that like you had mentioned the X-Files before. I never could get I couldn't like it was cool and all that. I remember when it came on, it was just all right. I just never got into it. I used to watch 24, I think I've seen every season of. Three's Company was the only reason why is because I'm not gonna lie, that is another one of my favorite actors of all time is John Ritter. But that's because there was a compassion that came through the man playing the character that you could just it was palpable. Like you could tell he really was that guy. Like he was just a genuine good person. But you are not wrong, Six. Like half the jokes are just so. But I swear, if it wasn't for John Ritter, I probably wouldn't like that show. Um, I'm trying to think what other good sitcoms. Been quite a few. Like most of the better sitcoms are gone. Like we don't have really good sitcoms. I'm actually shocked at it's pretty good line around that hat. I'm shocked. Thought it'd be shaky and blown out and everything. It actually came out pretty tight. He's getting there. Thanks. Thank you. Married with children, yeah, that so that's just it. It's kind of funny when you really break it down because up until Married with Children, we always saw families on TV that it was like you watch like Leave It to Beaver, for example, and the whole family's loving and all that other shit. Married with Children is more like when you grew up, you thought everything was going to be Leave It to Beaver, and then when you actually have your own family and everything else, it becomes Married with Children. And you're like, shit, the Bundys actually got this shit right. Oh. All right, I'm gonna have to go heavier brush on this one. Yeah, well, the Cosby Show was amazing. That's what I'm saying. Like Bill Cosby tainted shit, unfortunately, with his annex, but didn't mean he didn't produce good fucking comedy. didn't mean he wasn't funny. And like everybody's like, that's what was so heartbreaking about the whole situation is that this is America's dad. And I mean, not too many people know, but you know, Bill Cosby's son, his name was Enos, was killed. Doesn't excuse him for the shit he did and the kind of person he was. But, you know, it's stuff like that where you forget he is just human. Quantum Leap, the concept on that show was pretty good. I've watched quite a few episodes, but not very hardcore. I think the most fucked up part of Quantum Leap is he never made it home. He ended up leaping forever. Yeah, it was part of the culture back in the day. That, a different world. I mean, nowadays, if I want something with some kind of depth and all that shit, it's crazy, but I gotta watch fucking Japanimation or anime. Um, well, yeah, but look at it this way too, Beans. He sacrificed him so that who was it? Zig or not Ziggy? Whatever the other guy's name is, could be with his girl again. Yeah, well, anime. What surprises me every goddamn time is because, and I've learned not to do this because, like One Piece has been long saga and all that, and I actually caught up. Took me like a year to catch up on everything and get to where it's current because it's just long storied history. But the first time I saw it, I was like, oh, that's some goofy shit. Blah 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 blah. Guy with stretchy arms. Yeah, what the fuck do I care? And then it turns out that they do this amazing character development through the whole show that's fucking unreal. But the other one, then the next one that I fucked around on was My Hero Academia. I was like, I really don't want to watch a show where it's kids training to be superheroes and all this. And man, there is shit that I thought was filler that is like so vitally important going on in the show right now. It's unreal. And that's the sad thing. They want to do everything. Well, this one's going to, this show is going to contain the most gay people ever in any show in history. I don't care about that. How did they develop his characters? Well, we didn't even bother writing that part. Like, what? You know what's sad, Beans? I don't know how far you made it on Attack on Titan. I made it to the part where they figured out where the Titans were coming from, and I stopped watching it because I was caught up to date and it was on that season, and it's in a playlist, and I still have, or my watch list, and I still haven't gone to watch it and finish it. It's like, oh, it could be done any second now, and show's been off the air and everything, and I just never finished it. I never went back to it after they said this is where the Titans come from. Although, I mean, the major sin most of my friends lay at my feet is that I've never watched Dragon Ball. Like any of them. Somebody gave me, ruined the show for me, basically, because I didn't understand what was going on. So, Star Trek Discovery, I liked the first season. I actually didn't mind the first season all that much. And then they put out the second season, and Spock, the most Vulcan of Vulcans, and all that kind of stuff, and the wisest of them, and everything else, all of a sudden has dyslexia and is taking a back seat to this adopted sister, and all that. I was done. I turned it off. I never turned that show back on again. I have no idea how it played out. Don't really care. They ruined. Wait, was that Discovery? Yes, that is Discovery. Now, out of all the Star Trek shows, my favorite is actually. So you have original Trek, which is amazing. Next Gen is amazing, right? My favorite out of Deep Space Nine's all right in my opinion, and then Voyager was all right too. The one that really I loved out of all the Star Trek series was Enterprise, and it just they cut it awkwardly. Like the last season of it is just so so. There are other ways to watch it other than the Paramount subscription. You just have to sail the high seas. Get rid of those little spots on them. I don't know why I just cleaned that up. Like I'm not going to hit this with another brush full of yellow in a second. Yeah, Enterprise, that was definitely my shit. I liked what they did with it. I liked the way they took it. I liked the whole plot line. I think the big selling point with me and Enterprise was when they did the entire and I can't remember what the race was called, but they had the war against the one race, and it was the 5 different versions of the same race. Like they had the insectoids, basically. They had the water type. They had the lizard type. Like it was the 5 different races, all, but they were all the same thing. Damn. Tell me this white hasn't dried out. Good. And I wasn't sure about I can't remember what the guy's name that played the captain on the show. Wasn't so sure about him being the captain at first, but he grew on me. Did you really? Yeah. Unfortunately, fortunately and unfortunately, I'm old enough to have gone and seen The Wrath of Khan in the theater. Yep. There you go. Scott Bakula. That's his name. Thank you. But yeah. Yeah, Wrath of Khan's still my favorite out of all of them. And then as I got older, it had a whole different meaning to me. Because it's somebody that has never facing a loss for the first time, even though they won. It was fantastic. It's funny because when I was running the GameStop, this one guy who worked for me, Rashi, he would come in and he'd go, "It's been a long road getting from there to here." And then I'd start singing too, because he was the only other person who watched Enterprise. But yeah, I always thought that show was brilliant. I thought it was underrated. And I think my biggest problem with The Next Generation is actually the first season of it. Because you go back and you watch it, and Captain Picard's pretty much just a dick in the beginning. And there's a question for you. Who was who was the better captain, Picard or Kirk? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, this debate was pretty much settled. My favorite Star Trek character. I'm thinking. That is a good question. I think when I was younger, my favorite was Kirk. As I got older, my favorite was actually Dr. McCoy. And no, the better captain was Kirk. And the reason why I will tell you that Kirk was the better captain is because if you ever watch the movie Star Trek Generations, Picard can't beat Malcolm McDowell's character in that movie. He has to go tag in Kirk, who goes in and throws that ass whooping on him. Hey, what's going on? How are you, alien? Alien, or you know you can send me voice and stuff. Well, hold on. Hopefully hopefully I still got it set up. I try to get you in there. Let's see. Boom. Hopefully that I think this one's still good. If you go in there, there's the link to the Discord. There's a channel in there and it's like voice for GAM or something like this. Yeah, Picard was the better actor of the two. You're not wrong. But James T. Kirk banged blue skin, green skin, you name it, chicks. Fucking whoop the shit out of people and face situations that, like, you got to figure, like, their technology was inferior, everything else. They didn't have Q that they could call on. Stuff like this. Like, he was just, he literally was at the forefront. Same thing with Scott Bakula. Like, if you look at the technology they had when they left the station in the beginning of Enterprise, they didn't even have weapons on the ship. They had to go get refitted for it because aliens were kicking the shit out of them. What's that, alien? What did you agree about? Ugh, my white dried out. Oh, and Alien, yeah, I don't know about that. I did this, which is the standard for Whitebeard. I did that one earlier. And then I did her. That's a Dryad. Oh, about it being repetitive. Oh, Alien, in that Discord, I hope you don't mind. I also linked your YouTube in there so that, you know, if you want to post when you're going live in that one, in that Discord as well, we can all, like, you know, we all know it. So maybe it'll help you get a couple more viewers or what have you. You know, I know I did it without asking, but I figured it would just something to do. Like cool YouTube creators that are kind of starting out or establishing and want to build audience or whatever. I figured this way it's kind of like a support network. I think Bina put her artwork in there, or photography, stuff like this. Oh god, just threw that brush everywhere. Creak, 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 creak. Yeah, Alien, like, I mean, I'm sure these two can tell you. A couple of my different streams, I've shouted you out right at the rip and said thank you and everything else, you know, because you helped me. You could have been a total gatekeeper with it or a total dick and just been like, oh, you can figure that shit out yourself. But you sent me all them links and stuff, and it helped me with like the chat on the side and all that kind of stuff. So it was definitely helpful. Also, I got a question for you guys because maybe you know, because I came into the ABL Discord later. The one guy, and I've heard him on ABL before, Joel Media or Joel Davis Media Network. Has anybody ever listened to his show, what his shit was all about, or no? Was it just like kind of like an ABL type show? Cool. Awesome. Yeah, I kind of figured it was like an ABL kind of like clone show in a way. The problem is if you go on after ABL and you're talking about the same thing, then it's already been covered, so you're just getting a double coverage. Clean that shit up. Wow, Bina, you unsubscribed? And he used to be much more consistent. Do you mean like his streaming times? Do you mean his content? What do you mean, Six? I like to hear different people's opinions because some shows pop up and fail. Um, I told you this show I expected it just to be me by myself painting and maybe I'd have one other viewer, two other viewers, but fortunately I got all you guys like watching pretty consistently and you guys hang with me for a minute and it's always nice. And it's also a random ass show. So I don't even know if I'd call it a show. The ABL clone. Like ABL's arm fell off and just ran away like and turned into its own fucking YouTube channel. That's fucking great. Beans of consistence. What do you mean you're only able to chat, alien? You mean in that Discord? Um, I don't know how. Bina can probably tell you how her and Danny both have sent shit in. There's a way to do it where you send in a voice message. You can ask like a question or talk about stuff. It should say like goddamn, let me look it up. It's voice chat for GAM Live is the tab. And then I can just hit play and it plays on the show because it's hooked through my desktop audio. Yeah, well, that's just it. I remember he said something like he popped in the chat one time and said, "Sorry guys, I haven't been streaming or something, and I'm gonna bring back my stream." And I was like, "Oh, okay, bet I'll check it out." And then never caught any kind of notification from him, messages, nothing. It was just it went dead. And then I think the debate, we were all like, God damn, Trump did not do well in that. And they definitely were marking out for Kamala Harris. And then he hopped in, he's like, Trump won, and just jumped out. And I was like, well, what the fuck was that? Like, you're not going to explain yourself, sir? What do you mean he won? Eh, Did he, because he talked about policy? Was it, like, in what way did he win? So I think Trump lost the debate, but it was fixed. He was always going to lose that debate. There was no way they were going to let him walk away and win. I think it was impossible. You found it weird that his son is gay and he was bashing gays in his lives. Also about women in his lives and his wife not liking it. It was uncomfortable. What in the fuck kind of show did I miss? So wait, He had a gay child, and he was sitting there like, you're never gonna hear me bashing gay people. I don't give a shit that you're gay. Oh yeah, I know he did that. That part I saw that, and that's fine, because ABL would let him. I think ABL was happy. Like, in a way, I think ABL was like, sure, you can shout yourself out on my show. Because ABL's nice like that and is like, hey, maybe you can get successful too and do what I did. You just got to put in that work and that time. And instead, he didn't put in that work and that time and it failed. That would make sense to me. Oh, well, shit. I mean, hey, look, people are entitled to their opinions and all that kind of stuff. I can't really knock it because I haven't seen it, but from what you guys are saying, I'm kind of glad I didn't either. I'm like looking at this damn thing and I'm like, this thing is weird as shit. Something's wrong with it. I can't figure out what's wrong with it, and I just realized what's wrong with it. He was homeless and talked about people donating money to help him, and ABL would literally try and help. It was weird. So I'm confused. If you're homeless, how the fuck do you have the internet? Were you going live from your local Starbucks parking lot, or what's going on with that? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. The other thing is, you shouldn't, even when you're in a tough spot, if people offer to help you, that's one thing. You shouldn't beg for it. I mean, I think I've said this every show, but I didn't say it on this show, so I'll say it now. Do not fucking subscribe to my channel to watch the video. Never join the subscriber thing where you're given like $5, $6, $3, whatever the fuck it is to become a member here. Never send me a goddamn super chat. I'll read what you got to say if you really want me to read it. You know, I don't care about monetization. If you want to help monetize somebody, go to Alien's channel, help him. Well, that's not homeless then if he's living with somebody. But if you're talking about other females and you're living with your in-laws, I'm sure your wife's really not going to be happy. I have done fucked these eyes up so bad it's not even funny, but I'm going to fix them in a second here. I just, I don't know. I try not to judge people harshly, but I will judge you harshly if you're that short of funds and you go on the internet and ask for shit. That's bad. Go get a fucking job, work your guts out, do what you can to get by. Get government assistance if you need it. It's fine. But yeah, don't beg. Nobody ever has an easy time of it. We all have rough patches, and that's fine if you need a little help, but don't beg. That's one eye half fixed. Yeah, don't give me that shit. That's the one disabled what? Your work ethic don't work? I got a hand that fucking shakes like a fucking crackhead jonesing for a fix, and I'm painting shit. I had them tell me I was disabled, but not disabled enough not to get a job. When I said, what job could I get? They said, folding laundry. I said, where the fuck do I get that job? Yeah. Truthfully, his lives are inconsistent, low quality, and the content was just mimicking others. He would come by ABL and announce a live, and we would wait for him to never show up. See, that's that shit you can't do. You can't do that. You just, if that's your business model, you're going to fail every time. Fucking eyes on this goddamn thing. Sitting here really trying not to fuck this up. So, I mean, we're already at like 1:30. I thought this shit was going to go to 10. It's already 1:30. What the fuck? I think he's getting there. I think he's almost there. I gotta clean up some of that yellow, some of that white. No, I mean, that's just it. Just be honest about it, though, too, Beans. Like Alien saying, like, here's the thing Alien is watching all kinds of different streams. LawTube streams, he watches ABL stream, he watches a whole bunch of streams. He can watch, and you can, just being a content creator himself, you can look at others and say, this is what you're fucking doing wrong. Or this is what you're doing right. And if you're doing something right, I'm going to try and not so much like grab that for myself, but it helps you not make the same mistakes yourself. I don't know if I want to go this route with it. I'm going to go white all the way down. See. Okay, yeah, that works actually. If you're just telling the truth, you're telling the truth. Like, I want you to think about this. Look at my first live to the one I'm doing now. This is what, number 8, I want to say? Oh, no, you're fine. You're just telling the truth. You're good. The camera angle is completely different in the first live. My camera was looked like it was way zoomed out. The colors weren't coming up right because I didn't have the camera dialed in. My microphone was half working, half not working. It kept going in and out. As time's going, I'm getting a little bit different, a little bit more different, a little bit more different, increasing lighting, changing lighting, doing different shit until I get it actually dialed in to where it's good. Maybe in a year, I'll be decent at this. Maybe I'll only be half decent at it. It depends. It's just somebody like, and this is why I appreciate Alien streams, flat out. You can tell he's put time into it. He's learned stuff. He's taking tricks from other people, and he's making his own fucking thing out of it. Don't cookie cutter to anybody else. Do your own fucking thing. That's the only way to succeed at anything, is to do something authentic and be yourself. Alien learns something different every fucking stream and talks about something different every stream. Just about. Like, he might go over a case that he's continuing to follow. Maybe he's talking about this, that, or the other thing, but he wants to learn new things. I'm the same way. That's why I interact with you guys constantly on here, because I want to hear what you've got to say and I'll respond to it. You guys make the show. I'm just here to paint shit, not be lazy and paint shit, I should say, and be myself. And if you guys enjoy that, I appreciate you. If you don't enjoy it, hey, thanks for checking me out and trying it out, you know? Worst case, I'll take a shot and I'll fail. Or maybe I'll succeed. But I won't know unless I take the fucking shot. But I'm definitely going to do me. I'm not going to do somebody else. I'm sorry. I started to rant there a bit. It happens at times. All right. Let's tighten up this weight on this belly. Yeah, Alien's channel, there's a reason why I dial into it. It's legitimately, if I'm up late night and he's on streaming, then I'm dialing into his channel. Sometimes I dial in just to back, like just to get him that extra view, because I get it. I'm not hardcore trying to get monetized, but it's always nice to see that extra 4 hours that you streamed watched all the way through. You're looking at it going, oh, well, shit, I went up from 80 hours viewed to 88 hours viewed. And that extra 4 hours could be somebody just turning it on in the background and letting it run. Because YouTube takes a lot of fucking bullshit for you to monetize. They want you to do shorts. They want you to do all kinds of dumb shit. And then, once you do get monetized, then it's, oh, what'd you say that for? Well, what the fuck? First Amendment right. That's what I said that for, you jerk off. I think I may have him just about good money. Tighten up his yellow in his feet. Use the little brush. Get in nice and deep behind these. So I don't know if you guys can see it from your angle, but see like in here where you can still see like a little bit of the blue from when I sprayed them. That side doesn't have the issue. The other side. Yeah. Yeah, and that's just it. That's the stuff that should happen. If I tune into a live and you're telling me to super chat you and beg for my fucking dollar, you can go suck my dick. That's where I'm at with things. Because not only would your content be better, if that were the case, you'd have more people watching you to begin with, but then YouTube is also giving you money for your stream, not even including super chats. Shit you get for super chats, I don't even know how much they take, but I know it's a good amount. Like, I think they take like 50% of it or something, and then the tax man's going to take a whole nother chunk of it. Not worth it. Not unless you're fucking Tim Pool and then you're making like, you got 40,000 people watching. They send you, $100 super chats constantly, and you read maybe one of them out of like 700 that you get. I don't know why people send that asshole money. Somebody will have to explain that shit to me one day. A PS5. Well, you know what? Here is one thing. I will say this because I was talking about the dude the other day. And this is one of those true story with people that I've met on the internet. So my one buddy Twisted and I, we played this game. It was called Atlas. It's a pirate game, a survival game, and we had a 10-man company all combined and everything else and held down this island, and you can raid the islands and all this. And the Chinese had companies like 10 companies each. The fuck just happened to my chat? That was weird. Um, but the Chinese had companies of players. So we had a 10-man company, like 10 different people in it. We're holding this island. And the Chinese had like companies with 75 members, and there was like six of them, and they would all go just raid you all at one time, and we'd have to fight them all. And it was just, you were on the game. You would play the game for 8 hours collecting resources. Then you would go into your raid timer, which is another 8 hours, and they'd come kick the shit out of your base. And then you built your defenses better for another like 7, 8 hours and repair everything that was damaged and all that. Go to sleep, wake up, and do it the next day. And he is like legit. Like I call him my brother because we went through this for 2 months together, and just it was just two of us. 5 o'clock in the morning, like, yep, all right, we're rebuilt, we're good, ready to go for tomorrow. And like, we got to be very close. Well, he ended up buying his own server of the game, like his own set of servers, and I became an administrator for him. And he was like, we people would buy stuff from the store for and all this kind of shit. And he used it to maintain the servers, all this kind of bit. For Christmas, he said, "Hey man, I'm sending you something." Now he's got a fat ass brother named Johnny, and we're always making fun of Johnny for being a fat fuck. And I'm like, he's like, "Give me your address." I'm like, "Motherfucker, I ain't giving you my address. You're gonna send me like a picture of Johnny in a bikini or some shit, breaking my balls." Twisted turns the fuck around and says, "Nah, man, I'm being serious. I'm sending you something. We've been through all this stuff. You are my brother. Let me send you." They used to call us the Bash Brothers. Like, we got to be famous on the game. The Bash Brothers are here. The two of us would go through and just rip everybody in a fucking base in half in like an hour between the two of us, covering each other's ass, the whole 9 yards. Like, we just play very well together. Anyway, said, "You're my Bash brother. I'm going to send you something." And at the time, the best internet I could get was DSL. And DSL is basically a step up from dial up. So I think I was getting 7 megabits a second was my highest speed. It was terrible, but it's all they had in this area. So he goes, "I'm sending you something." And all right. So he gives me tracking on the package, won't tell me what it is. Shit shows up. It's a brand new Xbox Series X. And it was the year that the Series X launched. So the only way you could really get them was through scalpers, unless you had a major pre-order on it. He got it, and it had the receipt in there from eBay, the guy he bought it from. It was an $800 Xbox Series X. And I cried. I opened it and I cried, and I was like, "Man, I can't accept this." Like, and he's like, "Look, your internet shit, but the game will run faster on it, and we can, like, I figure I can at least even the playing field for you a little bit." He's like, "I bought one for me, one for my wife, and I bought another one for you." I was like, "What about your brother Johnny?" He's like, "Fuck that fat fuck." So, long and the short, it was probably still one of the nicest presents I've ever gotten from somebody online. But I told him, I can't take this. I can't accept this too much. And this is a guy that, yes, we played through a video game and everything else, but we legit became brothers because of it. Another guy that's like that is Smurf. I've played through so many different games with Smurf where the two of us just know what the other's going to do. And we've exchanged different things between us too. But you can meet some really fucking cool people online. You can make good friends online. Never met either guy in person. Never met any of you guys in person. But you guys still tune in and watch me paint shit. Painting good old Tuxedo Sam, who I think is fucking looking good and ready to go, to be honest with you. I think he looks pretty damn close. Oh yeah, and Twisted is the one. Denise has got your ball clippers. That's him. Yeah, it never shocks me more seeing people that are complete jerk offs online and beg for money and do this, that, and the other thing than to see somebody who is actually a genuinely good person who will just go out of their way for you for no reason. Yeah, well, 6 is mysterious. He likes to be mysterious. God damn. Oh, smoke a cigarette, bullshit a little bit, and log out. Because, yeah, guys, I think we got it. What do you guys think? Come together or what? I even got the damn ring around the hat. So we did him. This one took like no time at all. Just white. WhiteBeard's standard. Oh, don't fall over. And the Dryad. Let me get rid of the pictures real quick. There we go. I think they came out all right. Fuck me. Think the wife will like them. Shit. Yeah, I can go gold on these. I don't really need to sign the middle one. That one's mine, but get them with the old GAM stamp of approval. I didn't used to do that shit. And actually, my daughter, when I gave her her first set of Pokemon, printed them out. Oh, no, it was Mario and Sonic I did for her. And she was like, "You didn't sign them." I was like, "What?" She's like, "You didn't sign them." I'm like, "Oh, shit." I had to run into the boneyard. And like, I was like, "You really want me to sign these?" Like, "Yeah, it's a piece of art, isn't it?" I was like, touched. It was like, "I guess it is." Yeah, Alien. I don't. Do you even know how I sign off on this show, Alien? Just curious. Yes, I'll do a fucking Superman figure. God damn it. I'm gonna have to remodel though, because I like the one head that I found for him. Like, I think I posted it in the Discord. I found a Henry Cavill head where the sculpt is unfucking believable. Like, it looks just like him, and it's with the Superman hair and everything. But I have to find a figure to put it on. So the way I sign out every show, Alien, is don't take shit from anybody. And that's something for you, bud. Don't take shit from anybody. Do you. Trolls gonna talk shit? Just troll the trolls. Make fun of them. Who's cussing? Holy fucking shit! God damn it! It's 6.5 hours or 6.25 hours I've been streaming for tonight. Yeah, don't take shit from me either. Although most Sunday shows I get like 23 views, I think, total, and we're already up to 41, so people have been jumping in and out all night. I wasn't fucking cursing. Don't you tell me I was cussing. That's some fucking bullshit, that is. Oh, crack my damn back. Yeah, Jesus. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely been a long show, huh? My one light is dying too. I'm gonna have to replace the bulb in the thing. One drafting light. That sucks. I think Alien's just happy because I'm swearing. Because he's like very good at not swearing. Yeah, I don't start off swearing, but usually about midstream that gets shut off. Or if we're talking about something serious, I usually try to refrain from swearing, Alien. I don't want to scare the normal people. You guys, most of the people in here now have already gotten used to the kind of shit that comes out of my mouth, so. Oh, I don't doubt. There's got to be times where you're just like, you know what, the hell with this. I've had enough, and just go off. All right. So the next stream will be heavy detail stream, which means, fuck, I don't know what I'm going to paint. Actually, I do. I've got a couple. Maybe I'll do the Rougarou and the Minotaur. I think I've got them on deck. I know I just did a 3D print and I haven't even cracked it out of the printer yet. It's got to dry, but I have to do I just well duh. Now I'm starting to repeat myself like I'm retarded. Um a basilisk. So like a snake version of it, because I originally did like this lizard version of it and then looked it up and I was like, no, it is a fucking snake. It's like a king snake. Oh, thanks, Alien. Yeah, I thought it came out all right. It wasn't too. That was an unfortunate stream if it's the stream I'm thinking of, because I was thinking whatever I was painting was going to take a while, and I got done at like 2 hours later, and I was like, oh shit, well, I'm done for the night. Then tonight I was like, well, these are easy. I'll throw three of them out there, and the one that I thought was going to take the least amount of time took the most amount of time. If I do like I got to print them first. First, I got to find a model and rectify it. I mean, I've still got this Joker bust that I've got stuff coming out that I'm gonna have to hit like Luffy. I'm gonna have to hit them with goddamn Black Prime. Like I'm gonna have to go into Black Prime. I also have the prototype to it. I would not let you buy it from me. I would give it to you. But this Iron Man Mark 45 armor, this little he's like small, right? I actually have it where the arm can be printed, the head can be printed, the chest can be printed, all of it can be printed, and it's probably like the size of the whole workspace you're seeing. I'm thinking about printing him out and doing him too. I think that could be an interesting one. But no, that's just it. I don't I don't ever sell this shit. I know there's room for it on Etsy, but then I feel like I'm cashing in, and then the stuff I give as gifts, it kind of loses value. Here's another one I just ran off and printed. It was Shaman, I think is what it's called. It's the ground form of it. It's another Pokemon for my daughter, which I got a little worry about that chin. Looks like it was about to crack. Something with the Halloween process I haven't figured out yet is when they fully dry out, sometimes like you can see it on the Joker bust in particular. See that crack? Something happens when you hollow them. But printing something that size and not hollowing it out, it'll tear away from the supports halfway through the print, and then it just ruins it. See, like you were saying that before about the Etsy shop, and I mean it's an idea because well, give me 1 second. I'll show you one. Yes, I have my own printer. Yes. Yeah, everything I do, I'm printing it out myself. I'm not designing the models. Some models I'll modify by taking other models, mixing them together in Blender, or maybe I'll move the arms around and stuff like that. I've learned how to do that. I'm still like a very beginner with Blender. Like there's so much to it. But yes, I have my own 3D printer. As a matter of fact, I think that's what my wife's planning on getting me for Christmas is an upgrade to it. Because right now I'm using a Mars Elegoo Mars Pro 3, and the Mars Ultra 5 I think just came out, and that thing looks badass. So it's what it is. It's a photosynthetic resin. And the way it works, you have a light here, and then you have a plate here. The plate lowers down into the light like this. It basically flashes the light where the layer is, and then pulls it up and breaks it free from the plate, pushes it back down and prints the next layer, pulls it up, pushes it down, and it does it until the whole thing's printed. Let me see if I can. Yeah, that light is about to go. Let me see if you can see it. Maybe in the Lord of the Rings model. I'm not seeing. You can't see like little cuts in it, but resin gives you this nice rounded soft finish. Then you also have PLA, which is an extruder, and the extruder moves around and draws it on the plate and then draws up. The kind of paint, that's acrylic. It's just typical what you call it paint. Come on now. Why am I having a brain fart? Like my brain just fell out of my head. It's like all-purpose acrylic paint, craft paint, I think is what they call it. And I use folk art. I found this easier to go through my gun, but there's also apple barrel. Like I think I still have a couple bottles laying here. Now this is just older. Like, I mean, I got shit like extreme glitter, hologram paints, and stuff like this. But Plaid, yeah, Plaid actually makes the paint. And the folk art paint is, for some reason, I swear the pigment's smaller on it, so it shoots through the gun easier. The best stuff to use is, oh God, what is it? I can't remember. I've got like 2 boxes in the back of like whole color sets that my wife got me, but it's expensive as shit. It's Vallejo, I want to say it is. Yeah. But look, like, see this? This is for trolls that come into the chat. I just squirt this on them and it depends. I don't have stuff for the larger asshole trolls. This is for the medium retarder trolls. You're going to do the coefficient watercolor, but I am unsure about it now since I pre-drew it on canvas and the surface is not smooth. Actually, you could use it. I'm going to say you could use it and make it look like it's textured. To be honest with you, my sister actually has an art degree. And not just an art degree, I think she's got an art degree for teaching. And the only thing she said to me when I showed her all my prints and everything else and some of the things was laying your contrast heavier. Don't be afraid to use the black. Like, go really, really dark in certain spots. If you think you haven't had enough contrast, add more. And I still haven't kind of listened to her looking at some of the results. But give me 1 second. Let me go grab. I'll show you this one that I did for my wife. And somebody offered me $150 for it. Give me 1 second. So part of the reason I even got like my 3D printer to begin with was because I I had a PLA version. I actually gave it to my daughter when she moved. And my wife gets this thing called Crypto Crate every week. Or every month she gets one. And they put in like these low quality PLA cryptid figures with it. So I was like, well, if I had a printer, I would do this with it, that with it, and the other thing with it. And she said, all right, bet. So she ended up buying me a printer, like surprising me with it as a gift. And I started printing out figures and then using my airbrush. I wasn't even really hand painting here and there because of my shake. But one of them that she wanted was a Mongolian death worm. So I did this one for her. And it came out pretty good. And she put it on her cryptid site or whatever. And like one guy was like, I'll give you $150 for it right now. But the application was very smooth. The shading and everything else was unreal. Like how clean it came out. But nobody had, it was like nobody does models of Mongolian death worms and paints them correctly. That's why I read the description when I'm doing one, like when I did the Dryad earlier and I read the description of it, I needed to see if I was going to paint it a certain way, like with the green, like which shade of green or how I got the undertone and the moss and everything on her chest, because if she's part of the tree, then it would have a woody brown to it as well. What's that? What was I messing with you about? So, well, give me 1 second. Let me put this back away before I break it or drop it or the dog gets it or some shit. So, yeah. Yeah, it was impressive, but I'm not going to sell it. Like I even said to her, like, because she said the same thing that you're saying, Beans. Like, well, shit, you should do an Etsy store and do this, that, and the other thing. It's like I worked on that fucking thing for like 4 hours. She's like, yeah, but it's 150. I was like, yeah, but then, like, you may get one of one, but you're still, it's not the only one at that point. Kind of loses a little bit of the specialness of the gift. Yeah, and that's just it. That's not really my forte. Like I said, I'm one of those people that if I were struggling right now, or I was like in debt heavy or something like this, maybe I would do that. But at this point, I'm not driven to do it just because I'm not in that situation. I see it as if it's art, it's art, or if it's a gift, it's a gift. The whole thing is, and I had explained this to my wife, when you're painting something, you're not just painting it, and she's the one who told me this too. You're actually putting something of yourself into it. $37.50 an hour, huh? Yeah, it's not a bad day. I don't know. It's it's a thought. I'll tell you that much. You would need somebody I would have to find somebody who wanted it first, and then it'd be like commission. That's how I would do it. Ugh. Damn, I am beat the fuck up though. But you guys, like I said, even the streaming thing, there was a point in time where I was making the videos and doing all the video stuff. Then there was, hey, maybe I'll stream if we get good internet. I got the good internet, and then I was like, well, I don't really think I could do streaming. And then I decided, hey, I'll try airbrushing. Ended up buying not an expensive one, just a standard Neo Echo for $40 and like a $50 or $60 air compressor and all that. upgraded it because I started to enjoy airbrushing. And then the 3D printer showed up, and then I combined that with the 3D models, and then combine that with the live streaming, and here we are. I don't think I appreciate the compliment. I'll start with that. I don't think I'm that talented. I think I'm all right. I think I'm a beginner. I think I'm just learning. Um, I mean, I'm trying to get better, but it's one of those things where, like if you ask me, six on those drums, that's super talent. Like I can't do that shit. And then six has turned around and said, "Well, I can't paint shit like that. I don't have the patience for it." And all right, fair enough. I just, uh, I just legitimately, I'm having fun doing this. I'm putting a little bit of something in me, making some cool little gifts, and hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves and having fun too along the ride. Uh-huh. Sure you are, Beans. Sure you are. You know, six under that mask looks just like Henry Cavill, right? I'm gonna finish out my cigarette. My voice is starting to go. It's what happens when you run your gums for 6.5 hours. I know you are, Beans. I know you're joking. I just like teasing you guys. I'll probably smoke the cigarette and then call it a night. Damn. I can't believe it went 6.5 hours. It was not supposed to go 6.5 hours. Eventually, I got to rework the boneyard desk and see if I can't get this where this lighting is automatic and fixed. Thought about doing a light box under it and then coating it with the butcher paper, putting the butcher paper across like a light box when I paint, because then it'll pop the light from back here. You'll be backlit. The only thing is, I think the focus of the camera will drown out all the color. You guys are just having funs. Yeah, well, I've had this issue, so I'm not gonna lie. I told you the one time I tried that ring light. It didn't work real well. My wife ordered me this arm and it's got like its own light on it. That's the other thing. The camera crapping out today didn't help. So I think I was telling Alien about this on his stream. I had an issue with the camera last time, Alien. I had the same issue again this time, except for the camera would not turn on at all. I had to hit a factory reset to get it going because I was supposed to start at 7 and ended up starting at 7:30. It just pain in the ass. I don't know what's going on. OBS failed like 3 times. Like it was bad. I don't know what's going on, and it's not like I'm running on a junk computer. I'm running like a Ryzen 7 at pretty high megahertz. My memory's only 16 gig. I might want to upgrade that to 32, and then my video card is a 4070, an NVIDIA 4070, so it should all be able to kick OBS like a joke. Yeah, you're talking about camera angle like, oh, let me see if I can get it like this. Right, Beans? Like that? I have to adjust all the lighting though. Yeah, so here's the problem with that. See my hands? If I'm painting, I'm going to have to paint in like... So let's put a brush there. Try this. See, the white wash is completely out. So I'm going to have to mess with the lighting. But that was my original plan, was I was going to have a camera set at this angle and then one from the normal angle. So you could see both sides of it. But yeah, I mean, I guess that does give it kind of a zoomed in view, huh? I'd have to play with it. Maybe pull this back. Like that. Like maybe from this angle. The only other problem is I can try it. Yeah, let me see if I can get it to focus on her eyes again. I can't. Unfortunately, camera is not participating with me. Let's see something. Give me a white backdrop. Yeah, you can't see them. You can there. You see the eyes? How they came out. Little sapphires. So I think, yeah, because if I do it like from this angle, you can kind of see them. I'd have to fuck with it though. I'd have to tilt them up if you want to look at them. I'm gonna have to do something with the auto exposure though. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. If I really want to set the lighting right, the person I got to get is my wife. My wife does nail art herself. That's like professional grade. Actually, with that backlight off, that's not terrible. Let me see. It's too dark. This thing have different modes. I guess I can tone that down or up. Really, it's this light that's going to matter at that point. Side light. I mean, I've got the desk light too set up where I can kill that. Well, see, too dark. And then from this angle, it's too shiny. Let's see. You got to remember, I just had to reset the whole camera too. I had it set up a different way. Let me see if I can't go into it, fuck with it a little bit. Now, get the brightness just right. Get the contrast just right. Saturation. Too saturated, not saturated enough. See what happens. See if the auto exposure. See, the auto exposure pulls it down too much though, I think. turn the exposure down to about here. Maybe bring up the gain a little. No. Snap it back real quick and then let it balance. Okay, there, Gretel. Yeah, 60 frames a second. Autofocus. Damn, see, that's like pulling way too much light. All right, let's see. Bring her in close. There we go. Now you can kind of see those eyes. See how they glow? I mean, it doesn't do good for the shit on the table, but away from it, it does. I can always just kick back on the autofocus, I guess. But yeah, I mean, if this angle is better for everybody, then I'll go with this angle. I'll let you guys, help me out with it. Dear Lord. I'm using the Logitech HD Pro. It's not like an LDR or anything. I'm not going to go buy fancy equipment. Like my wife was even saying to me, maybe you should get a better camera. I'm like, no. But honestly, using it from this angle, it's not bad. I just got to remember my hands are going to be super huge, so I'm going to cover whatever I'm painting. Actually, that's not too terrible, I don't think. Really puts whatever I'm working on more in focus. So, I mean, if that looks better to everybody, then I might go this way with it. You guys got to let me know. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. I just thought I'd do that. Yeah, I don't have any of those settings on this camera. It's not that advanced. I'll be honest with you, my wife sells her photography on the side. So if I wanted a nice camera, I'm not allowed to touch any of her toys. She doesn't touch my toys. I don't touch hers.
What the hell you think you're playing at? This camera angle's a shit, bruh.
Yeah, definitely funny.
Yo, what's going on, my homies? Who went down to the hobby hole and took all my pipe weed?
Dear Lord. Oh, the goofiness of late night. Although you can do fun stuff like
3 words to the whack, the ziggy sailed back, and a ziggy down, and give me no sack like a Burger King with a sack of Big Macs, and I'm going down to the rack-a-bone sack, though sack to your mind, you see? You gotta boogie to your best ability.
It's all good. I'm taking the stream down now, guys. I will leave it at this angle for next time, and we'll see how it works out. So, until next time, thank you guys all again for watching. I really do appreciate the hell out of you guys for just even spending the time with this asshole. Hopefully you're enjoying the stuff I'm kicking out of here and the painting and all that and all the stuff I'm doing with it. Alien, I'll catch you on your stream. I'll be streaming Thursday night again, 8 o'clock. Hopefully I see you guys there. If you guys did like the video, all that stuff, thank you very much. I do really, really appreciate it. I think it does help in the algorithm. I'm not going to lie. And even though I'm not getting monetized, it's nice to be seen. But until next time, just remember, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.